Alrighty, welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. So last time, we got back to the Imperial capital, and updated Cato, that somewhere in the southern glacier there is, the Master Ward, specifically along the mountain named the Heaven's Tip. And so currently, mages and diviners and other soothsayers of the Empire are searching for its precise location. In the meantime, though, we have a week rest, over which time we'll technically be leveling up. We had technically had a rest before this, but we're hammering in another one as well. So, yeah. Does anyone have anything they want to do during the next 7 days?
I do.
Alrighty.
I'm going to gather people for a pilgrimage to the body so I can cast Hallow.
So during this week rest, you're not going to level up and you're going to be walking into the mountains.
Never mind.
Yeah, you cooked him.
Fair enough. All right. Okay, so it sounds like we're vibing in the city.
Yeah.
So I think this time is largely each of you essentially doing your own thing. You already took a week rest before this upon first returning. And then obviously near the end of that is when you cast Legend Lore and all that stuff. So this is a second one back to back. It's been a while since you guys have had this much free time. So each of you can kind of, like, for Zednius, you can finally start to get back into coffee houses and spend your time reading the new literature and poetry of the Empire. For Grania, you can find some great parks in Mythos because it, biggest city in the world also comes along with the biggest parks in the world. Corvus, you never leave your room. And then Permius, what are you doing in your downtime?
Wait, I do leave my room.
Oh yeah? I thought you were spell studying.
Well, this is the last week, right?
Oh, is it?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Right?
You're the one tracking it.
Wait, no, I'm 18 out of 20.
Yeah,
So
it's the
yeah,
last
this
week.
is the last week.
Yeah.
So once the study's done, I assume I have to, because it was like requisitioned with the Department of Magic, I assume there's some sort of process where
Indeed.
I give them like a scroll for it or something.
Yeah, you'll basically you'll show them the finalized sheet, which is, because obviously 1 page is all it takes to contain even the most powerful spells. And then someone will basically learn it, cast it, and then put it into the Imperial Archives. Now, obviously, that last step is a little bit harder because all the people who can't cast a spell that high level are not actually in the capital, so they'll probably just copy it and have it tested at a later date. But, yeah, I guess we can cover that when we get to you. And then, Primius, what are you doing to pass the days? Or, like, what? Pass the days is the wrong word. Like, clearly, most people are Imperial judges for a reason. Zednius enjoys things. He reads things, he goes to coffee. Like, he has this things he enjoys, which is why he's even doing all this in the first place. Rania as well. What does Permius actually enjoy doing? Like, what's the reason to do all this?
I think I've been thinking about it a bit, and I think he's here purely for penance and serving. I think once he was revived, he was just believed he owed everything to a gift that he can never repay. So he's basically just giving everything he possibly has with the idea of, like, I owe everything to the Emperor.
Jesus
So he's
Christ,
probably
sucks.
Well, he thinks it's pretty
Sounds
awesome.
depressing
Yeah,
as
I mean,
fuck.
if that's there are people that are certainly like that. It reminds me of a couple of years ago. This was like relatively recent. I think it was like 2004. It was believed that the first man who had never seen a woman had died because on Mount Athos in Greece, there is a sect of monks who eschew women because they worshipped the Maiden Mary, the Virgin Mary, and they believed that to see any other woman would like denigrate their faith in the Virgin Mary. And this like this infant boy had come to Mount Athos, and when he was like 6 days old. Sorry, he was very young, and the monks had raised him that entire time. And when he turned 16 or whatever, he chose to stay there because he was too scared of the outside world. And so he lived 89 years and never once saw a woman in his entire life. So there are some people who their entire life is like faith and piety and dedication. It's very rare, but you know, it does make sense for one of the highest level paladins of the Empire for that to be their thing.
That monk guy, he was just gay.
Dang,
He was just playing it off as like, yeah, I don't need
spawn
to
camped. He never even gotten a chance.
He doesn't need to, okay?
Yeah, I guess God is for the boys.
Okay, yeah, I'll need more.
Yeah, so I think that totally works. You know, you spend these days in quiet contemplation, listening to prayers and interpretations and reinterpretations of the texts. You hear holy stories and the martyrdom of saints. And, you know, you're not very fun at parties, but most paladins aren't, so it kind of makes sense. Okay. So, Corvus, you finish this spell. So, the penultimate thing to do when you finish a spell, this is just like kind of tradition amongst Imperial wizards, is to go out to a field and just cast it. Now, obviously, it burns a spell slot, but, you know, you're getting your spell slot back at the end of the rest anyways, right? Clueless?
Except I don't have one right now.
You should, because you took a long rest before this. You're doing two rests back to back.
Well, you know, in that case, I probably should, you know?
Yeah, so you walk out into one of the fields outside of Mythos. It's not that cold, but you do manage to relatively easily find an open field that is not currently being farmed because it's in February. So pretty soon, like in a month or two, they'll begin plantings, but we're not quite there yet. So you're able to find a patch of field, demand a farmer, give you access to it. Titius, this is near the end, obviously at the end of the rest, like on the last day, but Titius, your apprentice, walks alongside you, and he's like you and him are a bit frazzled, him probably more so, because you've been, you know, breaking this up with like lots of adventuring and stuff. He, for almost 4 months nonstop, has been, 2 months nonstop, has been working on this. And as you guys are walking out into the middle of the field, he's saying, all right, don't forget that you have to press index finger to middle finger. And then when you say Ignis, you need to make sure that you do not gesticulate your arm to the left or right, but keep it rigid as an arrow. And you got all that, right?
I got it.
Okay. All right. And he'll exhaustedly walk into the middle of the field with you. And what does it look like as you cast Corvus's Blazing Salvo?
For my component pouch, I pull out a slight bit of sulfur, and I basically put it on my left palm, and then I slap my right palm on top of it, and I hold them out in front of me, like meditating or whatever. And then as I spread them out, I say the words, I do the signs, and beads begin to form, about as small as a large pearl, maybe an inch in diameter. These beads are of a dark red tone with a roaring fire inside them. And as I pull out 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4 beads start forming. And I look above me, I look in front of me, and whisking my left hand away with 3 beads, I extend my right to the sky, and the first one flies upwards.
Yeah. Titius will watch in awe as this first bead, flies up into the air. The trajectory is highly parabolic, meaning it shoots almost directly upward, gets very, very high, and then travels a great distance as it slowly falls from the sky, and then plunges down, detonating against its target with the blast of a fireball, making this massive incinerating explosion. Titius is watching with incredible nervousness because while the initial incanting of the spell is obviously the most risky part for a miscast, any spell you make with concentration can have lots of little failures along the way, as evidenced when he was testing it earlier this week by a couple of singed eyebrows and lots of wasted sulfur. You both smell quite grisly, but you are able to bead, and you lob some of the balls, one of the beads, as far as 600 feet, nearly like basically to near the Imperial Road. Like, you're not that far off from the actual fencing of this plot. And then another one with basically 40 feet away from you. So the flames, get pretty close. And each bead by bead, you fling them across the field, and it's working. Certainly is working. You've made a contribution to Imperial progress.
Huge.
Force destroying it all.
Well, what's the point in fire magic if you're not destroying something?
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah,
I should have had Titius stand on top of one of them, and then be like, "Oh, I'm gonna test it by I'm gonna test by excluding you to see if it works."
You make your way to the Department of Magic, and you actually get to watch the process of them making a Master Scroll. Master Scrolls are not like special types of magical things. They're essentially, so like we've talked before about how there are things like instructive scrolls where they are a copy of the shield spell put on a type of scroll paper and written in a way that's meant to be very easily understood. Your spell is not that. Your spell is written in the psychotic shorthand that you and Titius have developed. It's like a mixture of just like 3 little words, and like you have your own like shorthand on how, like, what finger positioning should be. It would require another mage considerable time to like figure out what the fuck you're talking about. But that's fine. That you're not expected to make this make sense to the average mage, and doing that is actually really hard. You need to write very extensive instructions because the overlap between the stupidest mage and like the smartest dog, it's pretty close. It's like not that far off.
That's beautiful.
So you only have to worry about what makes sense to you, and this makes sense to you and Titius. Not that he can use it at all. And yeah, you watch as they make the Master Scroll for this. So Master Scrolls are not made out of paper. They are made out of bronze tablets. Then you essentially give them the scroll that you've made. They make a charcoal etching of your scroll, and then that etching they transfer onto a bronze tablet by giving it to a bronze worker who hammers out all your little notes to as much detail as he can, and then in the bottom right he stamps it Corvus's Blazing Salvo, spell number 1243. Huge. So even if you died tomorrow, you've committed to the Imperial canon. Alrighty.
During this week, I'm also technically learning another spell that's like that wasn't in the world before, right? That like gets my name on it.
Yeah. So yes, that is accurate. In the cases of Corvus's telepathic bond, what that looks like more rather than discovering a new spell, this would be similar to like teleportation circle, which Vondi technically discovered. It's more so just finding, like you probably were going through the Imperial Scroll repository, like looking for reference points for Corvus's Blazing Salvo, and you keep finding these mentionings of like a spell, but when you go to the section on the wall that's supposed to have this spell, it's just not there. And so you and Titius went on like a 3-day research side quest and found that there are like 70 different things in the scroll repository, including in like indexes and stuff, all of which say there should be a spell here, and it's just not. And so eventually you will, through extensive discovery, find that telepathic bond is a spell that the Empire technically did have, but due to a a type of academic mismanagement was essentially lost, and you end up finding the only remaining scroll of telepathic bond in the Empire buried deep, deep, deep inside of some archive. And since you essentially saved it from leaking out of the Imperial consciousness, it is named after you. It's bigly. Big progress. Big ups. Yeah. It's a very productive week for Magic.
Big W for all mages.
Big W for all mages. The real test of Corvus's Blazing Salvo will be if it survives like a century, because obviously most spells survive with their original creator, but the question is, do other people learn it and keep the tradition on? Because there's a very small community of people who can even cast a 7th level spell, and if they don't view it as useful, they just won't put it in their spell book.
Yeah, but I hope that specifically because it's like a spell that I think will be incredibly useful for Battle Mage, some Archmage will be like, okay, I can use this to
One would hope.
Fireballs at people.
There is a kind of Darwinian quality to almost all spells that exist within Valeros because it took constant effort to maintain them. And so if it was viewed as not particularly useful, then it was just kind of purged from the popular memory because mages stopped maintaining it. Alrighty. Well, this week of rest is going to come to an end. And you guys are going to get... So you guys are at the villa. Each of you is relaxing in your own way. You were not told by Cato any sort of time estimate. He just said that he was going to have to organize like the departments and your fellow judges and inquisitors and a lot of stuff to prepare for marching on the Heaven's Tip and disabling the Beast of Atlia. And so as you guys are just vibing around the villa, who would actually be at the villa itself?
Probably me.
Okay. All right, just you then. I guess that makes sense. Everyone else is researching praying and playing and drinking. So, Corvus, you are at the villa, and as you are just sitting there in the foyer, just kind of basking in the glory of your achievement, like this is after you and Titius have got back, you've already started celebrating. You're smoking some tobacco and drinking some liqueur, and Titius is so relieved that like he's wiping away kind of tears out of the corner of his eye because he has been working disgustingly hard on this. And
yes. And by the way, so as we're sitting there, I'm gonna pull out a little something I prepared from earlier, and I'm gonna pull out my remaining arcane ink I have on me, and I'm gonna do something that's probably incredibly rare within wizard circles. I'm gonna hand him my spellbook. I'm gonna say,
looks at your spellbook.
You can copy any spell you want from this with this ink. Return it to me by what time is it?
It's probably later in the evening, like 5 or 6.
Okay, I'll say by morning tomorrow.
Oh, all right. And he'll immediately get up and run over to the like room, basically your bedroom, but the place you guys have been using as a study, because it's going to take him like multiple hours to copy whatever spell he picks. And as he's jogging off and you're, repacking your pipe, you hear a knock at the door.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Naturally, I'll find out who's at the door.
Yeah, there are 2 men standing outside. The one in the back, you instantly remember that you strongly dislike him. It is Doghart, the old man with the short white hair and the scarred face and his many magical items and weapons. And then closer to the door is Aurelius, with a spellbook at his waist and a staff in his hands.
Oh. Judges? I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with your... Are you technically judges? Just assist.
Aurelius will nod and say, "Yes, at
Deputy
present."
Autarch, I believe.
Sure. Is are the rest of your fellow judges in?
Unfortunately not.
Hmm.
I'm
Well
the
then,
only one here
I'll
at the
extend the
moment.
invitation to you. Tomorrow in the morning, we should discuss some matters. I've spoken with Cato and determined a course, and your group was found the most suitable for the task. So, I shall return tomorrow morning. We have just gotten back in today, so there is no rush.
I see. I'll give him a sly smile. I was just celebrating finishing my spell.
You finished a spell? Of what circle?
Yes. 7th.
It's a rare
Followed
accomplishment.
by Blazing Salvo.
I assume you got the... Oh, I remember this. I agreed to this, signed off to this research grant. It's the, mortar one, correct?
Indeed.
It was very expensive. Very expensive.
Yes, but I thought it might be equally helpful to the military and myself.
I hope so. How did the final product turn out?
Stable enough, and yeah, it did not disappoint.
Well, I fear Darkheart here may start biting people if he doesn't get some sleep and some drink, so I shall see you tomorrow morning.
I understand. Have a good rest.
Yeah. And the two senior judges, probably some of the highest level people in the Empire, will waddle down the street away. And one by one, the different judges, your compatriots will return from their tasks back to the villa. And the following morning, the four of us are off to meet Aurelius and Dogheart. They will have indicated through a courier service that they want to meet you guys at a cafe in the nicer parts of Mythos, specifically in the Imperial District, which is within sight of the Imperial Palace and the great departments, and this would serve an incredibly wealthy clientele. And are you guys dressing up nicely, or are you just wearing your normal judge's equipment?
I think normal judge's equipment.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but just nicely groomed, I guess.
Sure. Just a couple prestidigitation spells. Does prestidigitation deal with odor?
Yes.
Oh my
Temporarily,
god.
I believe.
Dude, I'm just picturing like a
Green cologne.
yeah, or like just a goblin wizard who's not showering, not changing his clothes, not doing anything. He's just using prestidigitation to like constantly clean
It's
himself.
actually like the 17th century French court where they're just using more perfumed water.
Yeah. Dude, that's
I smell
very
bad. That's
funny.
more perfumed water. I don't care.
Dude, that is canonically Titius though for those weeks of research.
Sad.
Okay, so the 5 of you technically, but 4 of you make your way to this cafe. Cafes in Mithdosica can mean a lot of things. It could mean realistically, these are not places that coffee is served. That's like a coffee house. These are more so places where you get little treats and sandwiches, and it's more so a small portion place to chat. That's sort of what a cafe is in Mithdosica terms, mostly. And you guys head inside, and the 2 men are not as you expected. Aurelius looks very well put together. He wears, this nice overcoat, has a pipe, and the 2 of them are like sitting in clearly a familiar booth. And then Dogheart is the biggest change. He's wearing a Mythosian military uniform rather than all of the previous gear, and he has only a single dagger at his side, which by his standards is basically like naked.
Essentially unarmed.
Yeah. And he also looks pretty happy. He has like a resting smile on his face. And Aurelius
Must
will
have killed somebody this morning.
And as you guys arrive, Aurelius will stand and start by shaking Corvus's hand and, continue down the line and say, Welcome, welcome. I hope that your rest and relaxation in the capital has treated you well.
Yes. Thank you for the hospitality, I guess.
There's no trouble. I've been told that you're the ones that indicated the location of the Master Ward.
Indeed.
It's true.
Specifically was Zednius.
Well,
Yes.
excellent work then, Lord Judge. I had been searching for it on a more divination basis, but that had largely failed me.
No? Please, let's sit.
All right. And Aurelius will sit down. Doghurt has said nothing and continues to eat little sandwich pieces. And Aurelius will say, Well, we got in last night, after wrapping up some things in the foothills, and I spoke with Cato. We share the common belief that the overwhelming might of the judges and inquisitors of the Empire should be more than sufficient to defeat the Beast of Atlia. Obviously, it's a lethal threat, but it's not unkillable. The fact that you found a chip of its skeleton at the site of where the first group of judges died is a positive indicator, and with this many inquisitors, we'll have a high ability to revive anyone who may die in the fight and get them back into fighting shape. So that part is not of concern. What is of concern, though, is attrition leading up to the fight on the Master Ward against the beast itself. There are a total of 9 judges and inquisitors who have been killed or maimed in and around the Southern Glacier since this began, which is the highest, obviously, of anywhere in the mountains. Thus, I have begun to wonder if there is not another threat in the Southern Glaciers as lethal as the Beast of Atlia, since we have no evidence of the beast having been the thing that killed these groups of, well, we suspect, but we're not certain. So, I have agreed with Cato that us, 7, will go ahead of the main groups of judges and inquisitors and try to clear out the mountains around the Southern Glacier.
And what if these troubles are just the beast? Then we face it alone?
Well, these troubles are just the beast. Do not get caught by it.
Well, makes sense to me.
Basically, what you're trying to do is that we'll be teleporting to Thulian, which is a ruin in the valley, which I personally scouted. And from there, we will be headed south and traveling the mountains separately. Me and Dogheart will be searching for any beasts in the hills, things like that. We're looking for things that are big enough to harry our column. We'll have 40 judges and inquisitors, and we'll see. We'll see. So, do you need to acquire supplies?
I believe we are in need of some rations.
Zenius, how many rations?
You have the track of how many we have left, right?
He's sleeping. It's Jover.
Am I muted? Do you not hear me?
No, we can hear you now.
Hello? Oh, I said, let me open up the sheet.
Oh, okay.
Could not hear that part, yeah.
Are we about to leave?
No, he's just asking
we
how
already
many
are.
rations, like, if you guys need time,
Oh.
basically.
I can fill up to like 200, so I'll just do that, and then
Okay.
I'll open the sheet later.
Sure. Yeah,
I'll open the sheet now when I find it.
Yeah, he'll give you guys about 2 hours to go around the city and pack your supplies and tell you to meet him outside of the Great Department of Magic. And then he has some things to do. So when he's done with all that, he'll meet you guys again. And so if anyone wants to get anything from the capital, now would be the time.
I presume I get my spell back without an incident?
You do get your spells back without incident.
Okay, because otherwise I'd have to kill someone.
Makes you waste your 7th level spell slot. Doesn't get 7th level spell slot back.
Yeah, no, if I didn't get my spell buff back, it's not just about wasting my spell slot, it's, I was passed down in family and everything.
Okay, so other than rations, is there anything else you guys want to acquire?
What did we do with the rubies? Did we give them away?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, did we get a reputation change from that?
You did. Department of Magic is at respected, and the Department of Civility is at respected.
+4, that's huge. We were plus
Plus
2
two?
before, right?
+2.
Yeah, you got +2 to Department of Magic and +1 to Department of Civility.
That's quite a bit.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
You guys are almost maxed out with them.
Too bad it's the end of the campaign.
It's not going to be... not this session. Unlikely, unless you guys are,
I
like,
hope not.
the most efficient, like, fighting team that makes your decisions in 2 milliseconds.
And also,
What's the-
or we fucking die.
No, do we... Hold on. This is important for my skill. Do we think that this is the last long rest we get?
No,
No? Okay.
we're doing a scouting mission for the last mission.
Okay. It's
Possibly
very
the
important
second to last.
that I get a really good magic item. It doesn't even... Like, a rare magic item. I don't care about the effect.
Yeah.
Why?
So you're trying
You had a
to
gala, presume?
you're trying to buy something from the Department of Magic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're actually quite lucky because what you need is a permanent magical item with high effect. So scrolls don't apply here because they're not permanent. Potions also are actually not permanent, but something that is permanent and is merely rare is +1 armor, which is actually relatively cheap because mithril is also +1. So that's why, like, it's basically like if you enchant plate to make it +1, you could have also just made it out of mithril, which is way easier. Now the problem is these are not being sold by the Department of Magic because it's all owned by the Department of War, but because they literally bought out the entire, like, I think I mentioned 2 sessions ago that literally every single magical item on auction of any stripe had been bought out by the Department of War. But it is the orders of all great departments that they're supposed to help you. So if you would like to pull some clout in and basically destroy a little bit of your relationship with the Department of War, you could ask them for basically just requisition a magical item from them.
And it's armor. It's not like a dagger. It has to be armor.
+1 dagger is like uncommon.
Okay. Yeah. Let me go burn some rep for a +1 armor.
Okay. You make your way to the Great Department of War. You meet with an escalating series of clerks until eventually you find yourself in a room with the Mythosian equivalent to a general. And it is a interesting conversation because basically he's like, I don't want to give this to you. You say, well, but I'm a judge of the Empire and we
Here's
both
what
know
I'll
what the
do.
edict
Here's what I'll
says.
do.
Yeah.
No, I don't even... well, actually, I have a mithril breastplate in my bag. Can I trade it? It's like equivalent.
It is indeed equivalent. The reason it's not equivalent is because they paid way more than mithril prices for the armor. But since you can force him to do it anyways, he'll take the breastplate because at least he's getting something then. Okay, cool. Then you will lose 1 rep with the Department of War, and you can add a +1 suit of half plate armor to your sheet, which is rare. Enchanted half plate.
Okay. Do I have a horse in this area? I don't think I can carry it.
You have a riding horse, but that's not coming to the mountains with you.
Right. Hold on. Each time
Put
you
it in
long
the bag of
rest-
holding. Remove some rations.
Yeah. How much does half plate weigh?
Ooh, half plate is quite heavy, I think. I think it's 65. Let me see. No, 65 is plate. 40 is half plate.
40.
40 pounds. As they say in Britain land, 5 stone. I think.
And the
stone is
bag
8
can
pounds.
hold.
500.
The bag can hold what? 500. Okay.
Yeah, but obviously you can't actually hold 500 because 500 is the line, so it's like 499 realistically.
Okay. I'm at 462. I'm fine.
Perfect, you're fine. All right, well, this is a relatively long errand, actually, just to get through all these layers of Department of War bureaucracy. The only reason we're skipping over it is because of that one edict that says the departments have to work with you. Otherwise, this would be an hour-long side quest just to try to do this. But, you know, push come to shove, whenever someone says no to you, you just say, edict, 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 and they're like, okay, fine, whatever.
Edict.
Edict. Final call for anyone else wanting to get anything. Okay.
Wait. Healing potions. Edict, yes, no?
Healing potions. That's an interesting one.
Yes.
That is actually really interesting because that is obviously not a traditional magical item. So that would not have all been bought by the Department of War. But it is managed by the Department of Magic. And they do like you quite a bit. So let me go take a look at something. Is there a particular rarity you're looking for?
Honestly, I didn't think much about it except, oh shit, we should probably grab something like that.
Okay. Sure,
It's
that's fine.
pretty much as high as I can get, but I don't have much money, so...
Yeah, so these... Actually, yeah, I mean, without Maximus, do we have any money?
I have
I've got-
200 gold.
I'm
Okay.
at 450.
Okay, we got money then. Okay.
I have a limitless bank account.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, you're not
Oh.
supposed to be spending that.
I know.
I guess you could. No one can stop you.
I like 1 billion, please.
Okay, so the Department of Magic price fixing for potions is 10 gold for a normal potion of healing, which is a ridiculous price, obviously. That is $10,000 for something which heals for 2d4 plus 2. Like, that's insane. But that's also because supply is also incredibly constrained. A potion of greater healing costs 40. A potion of superior heal, they just don't have those. So yeah. The best one you could get is a potion of greater healing for 40 gold to pop.
Oh, I can't get Superior Supreme?
They don't have them in stock.
Sad.
The Supreme they've never had because it's way too hard to make. Superior, there's just all been bought.
I'll buy 2.
Okay,
One for
minus
me,
80.
one for... Yeah.
You said 40 gold each?
Wait, one for you and one for who, Blake?
Oh, wait. I don't know. I'll give one... Granny doesn't have any money, so I'll get it for her. And then
Fucking
the other people can
based.
buy it for themselves.
Based and charity pilled.
What can I say? I'm a
It was
paladin.
40 gold for one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll grab, I think I'm grabbing 2.
How much does it weigh? Half a pound?
Oh, yeah, we'll say that.
But I kind of assumed they were negligible. But yeah, half a pound makes sense.
Dodo, why do you have invisibility at will?
It's a very high level warlock. What's it called? Invocation. Where you can
Invocation.
cast invisibility on yourself at will.
That's crazy. Also, he literally said he was going to the bathroom 2 seconds before I asked that. That's crazy. That's my bad. Thank you for answering that. Would have been okay. Cool. So yeah, you do that. I will add the potion of greater healing to his sheet since he is here to do it. Potion of greater healing. How many did you buy, Corvus?
2.
2. Okay.
I accidentally I called it.
And Zenius, do you have any personal funds that aren't from your infinite? Or fuck it, do you want to just spend? Do you want to just spend Tullius's
I have
infinite war chest?
271 gold.
Do you want to buy any
271.
potions of greater healing?
Yeah, sure. How many?
Okay, 40 gold a pop.
Do they cost? I'll buy 1.
Okay. Base. That makes sense. I get it.
I don't get hurt that much. Okay.
No, almost never. And you have the most HP in the party. No, that's not true. Premius finally beat you out by 1 point. Wow, that's big.
Wow.
It's actually fucked up how I've never encountered a player that is both so unbelievably like tenacious. Like
The ring, though. So much of it is.
It 100% is. That's a huge contributor. Yeah, it's very rare to get a player character that is both that like tough in combat and just never fights in combat.
Well, it's not that he doesn't
You did say you'd fight on the front lines in the next fight.
Yeah, in the next one against.
I did. I put my face in and pulled the sword out, and then killed the basilisk.
That's true. He did do that. Wait,
that was.
I haven't swung the sword yet, but we're working on it.
You've been edging that memory for like 2 months. That poor fucking sword, man. Every time you take him out, he's like, "Yes, blood's dead," and then you just sheath him.
Psych.
Oh, poor fucking guy, dude. Okay, so yeah, you guys all buy healing potions, and then you head to the Department of Magic. In front of, so the Great Department, actually, you're already at the Department of Magic, so you guys head outside. The Great Department of Magic is this massive, domed glass building with tons of little like side complexes and stuff, research laboratories, a connection to the symposium. It is a sprawling structure, and outside the main entryway to the building is this massive plaza. And in that plaza, in the center of it, Dogheart is just kind of sitting on a bench. And it's actually really, really, really weird to see him like this because he just looks like a normal guy, which beneath that normal looking exterior, there's a fucking psychopath in there. But he's just like sitting on a bench looking like a normal old guy. And as the four of you, yeah,
I guess it's like normal to be like schizo in a place where you have people who look like people who aren't people, and they're just like,
your guess. I mean, this is how people behave on the plains as well. You cut back to like 5 years ago during the Third Boyars Revolt, and Corvus is like setting entire villages alight. So this is just Warzone behavior.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys walk over. Aurelius is not here yet, but Dogheart will give probably Permius just a nod of acknowledgement.
Yeah, I'll nod back.
You got a nod of acknowledgement.
That's right. Because I'm cool and you're not.
Aurelius is often late. We'll probably be waiting for a while.
Quite alright. We have the time.
Yeah, sure.
You guys sit down on some benches.
It's alright.
Rania starts kicking her feet.
Yeah.
Dogheart will scratch his balding head.
So, how did Dogheart become to be your nickname?
It was a nickname from when I was in the Legions as a little boy.
Why they call you that then? They're just scared of you?
No. There was a legate that I served under. I stuck at his side at all times. I wanted to be one of the greats. They said I followed him around like a dog. And in time, it developed into Dogheart. That's a statement of loyalty, I guess.
Oh. There's way worse things to be nicknamed after, I suppose.
Very much so.
Was Maximus ever, like, known enough to have a nickname?
No. His career as a judge has made him infinitely more well-known than as in the military. He was a mere centurion, which leads about 80 men, whereas now, he's like in the top 500 most. It is not really by Imperial standards. Like the Imperial Army consists of, at its like apex, which is probably right now, at about 80,000 men. So 80 is,
Well,
That's like
I guess I'll rephrase.
it's like
Obviously,
0.1%. That's huge.
obviously, people like Maximus hung around people who would just like give him a nickname.
Yeah, I don't think that you're familiar with one. He probably had one in his unit.
Horsey McBeard face.
Probably the most famous nickname you know would be that Aurelian Varus Sol, the second emperor, before becoming emperor, he was the great nephew of Aurelian Dominus Sol, the first emperor, and his nickname when he was in the legions was Little Boots.
Oh, cute.
And then he probably killed his great uncle.
I'm sure there's no continuation to the story.
Yeah.
No.
He probably killed his great uncle, and then he caused the Light Wars.
Allegedly.
But his name
That
is
did
Little
happen.
Boots, and he's so cute.
Your Honor, you weren't there.
Yeah, that's true. Your
Little
Honor,
Boots.
it was over a century ago.
Your Honor,
Your
his
Honor?
nickname is Little Boots. It's
Yeah,
cute.
Your Honor, he's cute.
He's just a little lad.
man. Yeah.
He's just a little lad who killed his uncle.
He's just a little guy. Yeah, you guys will sit here in. I mean, maybe it's awkward for you. It's not particularly awkward for Dogheart. You guys will just sit here in relative quiet. You do note that, you know, you're going to the mountains right after this, and Dogheart's just kind of vibing. Like, he's not wearing any armor or other. Like, he's wearing the same thing he was at the cafe earlier. And Aurelius will come back from the Great Department of Magic about an hour after he said he would meet you. He walks out in the plaza, spots you all, and walks over, and he says, well, long meeting. Anyways, are we all ready to go?
Yep.
Wait, Zednis, how many rations do you have on you?
115?
You say 115 or 15?
Yeah, 115.
Okay, that's enough.
Is that enough?
If it's 15, then that should be
Granny
enough.
is so hungry.
I can go up to 140 without needing weight.
Wow.
Okay. That's a lot of rations.
I think we should be fine.
Before we go,
Mhm.
is there like a sort of? I want to check out the Department of Magic to see if they have the spell component.
Which one?
The eyeball and a gem worth at least 150 gold.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Wait, an eyeball gem or an eyeball and a gem?
An undead eyeball encased in a gem worth at least 150.
Strangely,
Sounds very rare, but
What
it is
spell
the
is this
material
for?
component.
Shadow of
Shadow
Moil.
of Moil.
Yeah, I mean, they probably would, realistically, because you have to keep in mind, they've been fighting the Necromortis for like
That's true.
200 years, and those motherfuckers are using tons of spells like this. So yeah, they definitely have some. Now, I would say, honestly, if we were, again, I just want to, this is where your guys' reputation comes into effect. That is obviously a restricted item, for obvious reasons. I don't even need to explain why that would be like a really sus item to be checking out. But at this point, you guys have won enough goodwill over the course of 95 sessions to be able to basically just say, like, can I just have this? And they're like, okay, fine. We'll give you the necromancer material component. Just don't go raising any bodies.
You got me. You
yeah,
sneaky bitch.
You silly goofy lads.
Yeah, so you can add that to your sheet. It is, by the way, that is not consumed by the spell, but you do need it on your person to
not,
cast the spell.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Add it to your sheet.
Okay.
Alrighty. So you guys have all this, and then Corvus, why don't you roll a d100 as you guys get teleported by Aurelius?
Oh. Okay.
There's no teleportation
Y'all-
circle, so
99. I sure
holy
hope that mishap wasn't a high roll.
shit. Oh
We
man,
all
wait, I gotta go
die.
check something.
And it's Friday the 13th.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
God.
Oh, it's a
Yeah, feels so
1%
fucking
chance. Oh no, it's a 5% chance. Oh no, it is, yeah. But you guys got the
Oh, we're
higher end of
fucking
that, so
dead.
you're fine. You're fine.
good. Okay.
Okay. Damn. I went and looked at the spell, and by default, high is good. So you're fine this time. You're fine this time. It is very funny to be a really high level wizard, just like raw dogging teleportation spells, because you do that, 100 times in your life, and man, the odds for you killing yourself get very high. Okay. Anyways, so you guys feel your stomachs hurtle forward over a great distance, and traveling end over end. At this point, now all of you have teleported 3 or more times. In most cases or more. So it isn't as jarring of an experience as it once was. And the place that you come to is clearly in the Atlian Mountains. Very much obviously in the Atlian Mountains. There's this like elevation change, which when you're climbing up a mountain slowly over the course of hours and days, you don't actually feel the like change in air quality and smells, and all of this stuff kind of naturally hits you. But when you get teleported, it all hits you at once. Instantly, you feel a little bit hypoxic. Instantly, you notice that the air smells so much more vibrant and less like clean. Mithdosica has this very like sterile quality to it, at least in the neighborhoods you normally spend time in. But here, instantly, you get moss and rain and wet. And the area you guys have teleported to is a glade. To your left, you can see these like great vine-covered ruins. And as you take a couple of steps out and the portal closes behind you, Aurelius will kind of dust off his pant legs a little bit and say, "Well, welcome to Thulian."
Thulian, is that a place we know on the map?
It is a place you know on the map, yeah. You don't know anything about it.
May
though.
I
Show
see
us
it?
on the map.
Yeah,
where
I
it
can
is?
show you guys where you are.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, there's the Rocky Ward. Nice.
So you're in the way southern part of the mountain right now.
Mhm.
I don't think you've ever been this far south. Yeah, he'll say, "Yes, Thulian, the ancient ruin of the Atlian peoples, before they disappeared, I suppose. I spent quite a bit of time over the last couple of weeks here trying to reconstruct the past through these statues and murals. Turns out I was wasting my time. Should have just looked for information for a legend lore spell. Who would have known?"
It's even funnier when you think about the fact that we did just sending.
Indeed.
Initially.
I did read the reports. A bit disappointing, admittedly. But such is the nature of things. And he'll begin
There
to...
were so many. Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's so many things eroded from what Cato probably put out that it was just like master word discovered by judges.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit more than that, but yeah, it is going to be... Now, obviously, someone like Aurelius would probably be able to get the full story, but yeah, for most judges and inquisitors, it's just like, they found it. Don't ask why, or how, or what information they got. But yeah, Aurelius...
Need to know basis.
As Aurelius is going to stretch and say, "All right, well, we should probably split up soon. Do you want to take the eastern side of the glacier or the western side?" Where, again, we're not going onto the glacier itself, but the mountains curve around the glacier.
Mm.
Well, whichever side's
Which one would
approachable,
do you
have been
prefer?
either.
Eastern edge, because it's shorter.
Well, I guess we'll take the western one to give you old timers a break.
Old timers. Maybe there's some truth to that. Well, there's a place called Hyliosarum. If you are up to date on Cato's Notes of the Mountains, you would already have it known. It's old, again, proto-Atlian ruin. After we finish our circumvention of the mountains, we'll be going there. You don't need to be searching valley by valley, just looking for general threats. I suspect if something was killing judges, it will seek you out.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably.
And as you guys prepare to split up, near like the tree line near this glade, you'll hear like movement, and then exiting from the underbrush will be another team of judges, 4 people. There is Helquith, the knight that you guys have met 4 or 5 times, and then there is the judge that like, was it a conscript last time you saw him? There is another judge, and then there's a quiet-looking assassin. And the four of them will emerge, and Helquith is kind of at the lead of the group and say, "Well, what are you all doing here?"
Well, we're on patrol around the glacier.
I thought we were, I thought all judges of the Empire were supposed to be reorganizing here by order of Cato.
Cato's put us up to something special. But that remains to ask, why aren't you heading to the capital?
We were nearby to Thulian already, and Cato ordered us to be the first people here, set up a camp, etc.
Well, we're on patrol around the... Like I said... Did I mention that before? Oh, my
Yes.
God.
You did.
Yeah.
Well, unless you must leave right now, we were making lunch. We could catch up, share war stories.
Well, we are here with Aurelius and Dogheart, and we don't want to keep them waiting.
Well, yeah, Aurelius and
Dogheart.
Dogheart will, or mostly Aurelius, because Dogheart doesn't give a fuck. Aurelius will look at you and say, "It's all right. An hour or two won't impede our plans greatly. We'll probably be spending a week or two searching the mountains."
Well, if you insist.
And Helquith will lead you guys through the woods. Thulian was clearly once a megalithic structure. Maybe a city, maybe a fortress, unclear. It's a large ruin complex grown over by leaves and vines and all other manner of things. And in what was previously a courtyard of some sort has been made the judge's camp. They haven't reinforced it a ton. They put up like tripwires and other things like that, which they help you navigate around. And soon you have 4 of Helquith's team, 5 of your own, and then the 2 old timers. So you have 11 judges of the Empire gathered around the fire. The meals is pretty basic. It's just some mountain boar and some stew, but it's like real food. Like, this is not travel rations, which, you know, it's worse than Mithdosian food, but it's better than normal travel rations. And so you guys begin to fill up, and instantly Dogheart and Helquith will begin to talk, and Aurelius will begin to talk with the conscript that got, like, you guys, when you guys met him, he had basically been recruited from being an Imperial Legionnaire, and now, almost a year later, 6 months later, he's starting to get a bit of veterancy under his belt. You can see scars on his face. He has like the haunted look of a man who has seen the horrors of Mithdosia. And as all of this is happening, it's really
Quick
cute.
to grow up.
Yeah, wholesome character, Mithdosian character arc. Zednius, as the rest of your fellow judges are, schmoozing about in this group of about 11 people, one of Helquith's fellow judges, who is a tall man in kind of dark-fitting clothes and a scarred face, will walk over to you and say, "You are Judge Zednius."
What does this guy look like?
He has like dark clothing on, no leathers. He has like a scarred face. No visible weaponry.
Yes.
Would you like a drink?
We could share
What are you offering?
evil stories together.
He'll reach down to his waist and kind of flick from one of his many, many little side pouches a silver flask.
There's a nickname for it. They call it basilisk tears. In truth, it is a moonshine from the Tabrashan plains.
This guy's a judge?
Presumably.
Sure. Let's go. Let's have a drink.
Yeah. As all of the other judges are kind of gathered in this courtyard of this ruin, and he'll guide you towards just one of the other nearby courtyards in this large ruined structure. So you're like, you can still hear the other judges. You're just out of line of sight, and he'll sip a little bit on the flask and then hand it over to you. And as you lift the flask to drink, you see him take a ring out of his pocket and slide it onto his finger. The ring has an A, or similar to looking to a V, insignia on the back of the ring.
Do I recognize that?
Yeah, you have one on your finger right now.
Oh, wait, what is this ring for?
An Eteriolaris ring?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Bruh. You got it from Tullius?
Oh, okay.
It's the
It's not on my
sending ring?
sheet.
Sub-faction.
What do you
It
mean
says
it's not on your
ring to
sheet? It's the
Tullius.
sending
It
ring.
just says ring to Tullius.
Why would you write
Gotcha.
down ring to
Okay.
Tullius?
That's what I wrote.
A psychotic way of taking notes.
So what
he's
can you
pretty
do?
psychotic.
What can I do for you?
It was only a drink that I asked for. I don't need any assistance from you.
Okay. Well, typically people talk over a drink, right?
Give you a glance. What would you like to talk about?
I'll just take a sip of the. If I have a sip of drink, I'll have a sip of drink.
Yeah, it tastes like paint remover.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with the taste, yeah.
And then I'll just say, well, I don't really think that tastes very good.
He'll just nod and say,
I believe that's part of the point.
All right. So where are we? Are we like out alone somewhere?
I mean, not
feeling
super
off.
alone. You can hear the other judges.
Like, I get what he's like, oh, I'm part of the crew, but he's a weirdo, man. I don't want to hang out with him
Rather,
right now.
you're a weirdo.
I'm
You are the weirdo in the club.
Your entire faction is weirdos.
This guy was just like, hey, man, you want to go for a drink? And I'm like, sure. And he's like, so what do you want to talk about? And I'm like, you're the one that offered the drink. I thought you had something.
He has
Alright.
a point. He has a point.
Sure, yeah. You pass it back to him, and he'll sip on it.
Is this like a King of the Hill
Spell
bit? What's going on here? You guys are gonna be like, "Yep,
The
Yep.
socially inept frumentari. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
allegedly."
He'll pass it back to you.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. That's
I'll
quite something.
I'll take a drink because it tastes like shit, and then I'll hand it back to him and say, I really should get back to my my group.
That's just
Dang. What the fuck?
it's
You
the
walk
Julius,
back to
find
the
this
other.
fucking guy, man. What the hell was this?
You walk back to the other judges. Oh man. Back in the main courtyard where, Helquith and Dogheart are talking pretty loudly. Aurelius will walk over to you, Corvus, and kind of crouch down and say,
Well, tell me more about this spell of yours. Obviously, I remember approving the grant vaguely. I know it's a type of multiple bead fireball, but what was the use case you wrote for it in the proposal?
Oh, it's what makes it significant in my opinion is the large range. It can be fired at up to 600 feet range.
600 feet?
Indeed. That was the hardest part to get.
That's longer than a
right.
dimension door.
Indeed, the idea is that you can use it on the battlefield way outside of a viable archer's range, hopefully.
The only spell I know with, offensive spell with a greater range would be Meteor Swarm.
I was vaguely inspired by it, though of course I didn't have access to it.
Yes. Interesting. You know, I read through yours and your fellow judges' service records when Cato mentioned you finding the Master Ward. What was that?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. And he'll say, I noticed that you had served on the southern frontier, burning back the Deadwood during your mandatory mage's service.
Did I?
You certainly did. It's written on your character sheet. Bozo.
I thought I was on the Boyers War.
You did that too, but that's afterward.
Oh,
Yeah. This wasn't like during a war. This was just, every mage has to serve the Empire for at least a year or two, and your job was just...
You're right. 2 years I did there.
Yeah. I was just wondering, did you like it?
The Deadwood itself?
Well, more so the work. When I had to do my mandatory service, that was in the day where all mages were expected to do basically cast plant growth every single day, non-stop. It was by far the most common duty in my youth.
Routine is routine. You gotta find parts of it to make you not go insane that you can enjoy. And I found that part, but yeah, parts of it were...
What did your days look like? Just wake up, fireball, go to bed?
Mostly, yeah.
That sounds miserable.
You start experimenting with, I guess I started doing a little bit of wood carving and experimenting just with burn patterns, but yeah, for the most part it was fairly boring.
At least plant growth took 8 hours, You'd be so focused on keeping the ritual going, you wouldn't even be thinking about, anything else. It was sort of meditative in that way, but... I guess you had Firebolt, too. That could work for... But God, it'd be so slow. Also, isn't Deadwood fire retardant? I imagine it would have some trouble igniting.
Yeah. Every now and then they'd even have me help with some wood chopping. Physical.
An
labor.
18-year-old fresh out of symposium, a scholar being forced to lift an axe? You must have had your arms broken every day after you had to do that type of work.
Well, I didn't do it all that much, and honestly, I mostly did it to keep myself in shape. I didn't want to be one of those scrawny wizards who falls over at a mean glance.
Good. I remember about 6 months ago, there was a conference where, the Edict of Patricia integrating, sending all future spellcasters to the Department of War. And the Department of War made a motion that essentially when, new magical graduate symposium, they previously underwent a year or two of mandatory service. Well, the Department of War wanted them to undergo military service. And I had to explain to them that most new graduates from the symposium, they technically could cast a fireball, but if you put them on a battlefield, they're going to be pissing themselves. They have no idea what to do. And they didn't even want to put them through military training. I had to tell the Autarch himself to force them to go through normal legionary basic training. It's, I do wonder what tasks would be best for those folks fresh out of symposium. They have all this knowledge in their mind, a deep connection to the arcane, but no practical usage for it yet. I think the agricultural thing... Archaeology?
Well, there's so many unstudied cultures and, I guess, monster species and things on far corners of the Empire. I think researching into history and potentially doing archaeology, we could even unearth...
I think that much could be true, but the purpose of the 2 years is to give graduates a sort of grounded experience of the world. It's to remind them that outside of the pinnacle of academia, there is a flesh and blood empire. I don't know the exact backroom discussions, but I know that it was instituted during the reign of Aurelian Varasol, as he had seen that the symposiums had grown decadent, that they had grown highly different to the normal population.
What's your opinion on that?
In truth, there's a reason why mages are different than average men, because we are not average. Our ability to conduct the immaterium itself through our bodies does make us a different breed of man, but there is value in recognizing basic things. I remember, of course you know Mage Hand. One time, this is a very long time ago, I must have been 22. I was working in the Department of Magic, and I was hired on by the Department of Coin to help them search out a smuggling operation. I was essentially just there to cast Arcane Sensor, Arcane Eye. That was my whole purpose in this operation. So I cast it, and eventually, through a series of bizarre shenanigans, I found myself accidentally infiltrating this smugglers group. And amongst those smugglers, they knew that I was a mage, because I had cast a spell when they discovered me initially. And listening to them describe all the different ways they would use Mage Hand if they could cast it, it made me realize that we have a very mage way of thinking. You know, when I think of a fireball, how do I think of using it? Throwing it at a compacted group of enemies. You know what else fireball can be used for? Metallurgy. It is an incredibly powerful explosion, and when kept in a confined space, burns hotter and brighter and creates more pressure. I did a co-study, again, when I was a very young man, in the Delian League, where they have a Dwarven smithing method where you essentially can instantly weld two pieces of metal, utilizing a constructed block and then a fireball casting. Things like this require a sort of cross-disciplinary approach, not just thinking of it as a mage, but thinking of as a piece of technology to be put into wider society. And I think that those 2 years of having to live amongst people, use your magic in daily life, I think it's a valuable reminder of that. But I'm not sure if it's the best way to go about it. Obviously, casting plant growth for every day for 2 years is, well, I don't think it's a very good use of mage's abilities. And cutting back the deadwood, obviously it's a service that's needed, but I don't know how. I mean, they probably reclaimed more forest during the Galentine War with the legions than you and 1,000 other new graduates ever could have, so it does seem a bit of a waste of effort.
I suppose it's... Maybe we should encourage New Symposium students to learn a handicraft that goes with their magic, to sort of delve into artificing, exploring new ways, going out there to find trades where they feel like items that they can, with their magical way of seeing things, that where with a simple cantrip or low-level spell, you could make progress that a laborer can make in hours. And if you manage to make an item that can do that repeatedly, you could save many, many thousands of gold.
Yeah, so I tried to
Labor
sponsor a
hours.
study of turning blooded mages, sorcerers, into obviously some blooded mages will never go beyond the first circle of magic. Their blood is potent enough for magic, but not enough for higher levels. And for those, I tried to hold a study where they would use the mending spell to essentially speed up the workflow of, I believe it was a sailor's club. And it worked very well. There's just obviously not many of them, so there was no way to scale it up further. It makes me very envious of the ancients, where rather than one mage for every 10,000 people, they had it for, well, current estimates are around 1 in 100. Imagine the types of things you could achieve with that potency of magic.
Yeah. It would truly be incredible.
The trade,
A
though.
society where magic was an everyday man's, at least cantrips were an everyday man's object to use. So for the potential, that would be, well, be quite a society indeed.
And be the Elven Society.
Yeah. Parts of it are very, would be worth emulating, I suppose. Just imagine the impact we could have on trade and troop management movements if we could have teleportation commonplace.
There is an ambitious project in the West called the Gateway Project, and the goal is by a clique of northern mages to connect all their capitals with teleportation circles. As I've heard it, they've only succeeded in about 4 kingdoms. The other don't trust the other 4. The remaining 3 don't trust the other 4, so it's unlikely to actually finish, but
Yeah, teleportation in general is a very fragile and risky thing. Giving another country access to your capital by doing that is, of course, something that not many will be willing to do.
there was efforts actually to set up a teleportation circle in the city-state about a year ago. We sent over a group of judges to go do that task and some other things, but unfortunately it would have obviously allowed us to flank the Son of the Dragon, teleport troops in over the course of weeks and months, and build up a large force behind their lines, but that whole group of judges was killed.
By who?
Believe it or not, street thugs.
A group of judges by street thugs.
Very much so.
A group of judges was very green behind the ears, so maybe
No,
they were
not at
just-
all, actually. It's more so that in the city-state, street thugs are not so much penny pushers, but the power behind the throne of the city.
Jeez.
That same group even threw a coup against the government. As far as last I heard, one of their members is now in charge of the city.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose they must have started as street thugs.
Yes, it's a city of villainy and thuggery. I mean, it's a Tibrashan city, so that's what you'd expect.
Indeed.
And is there anyone of any conversations any y'all want to have with the judges here, or is it merchant time?
Is the Manway Farine Bloodhunter here?
No, unfortunately not. There is Creepy Assassin Man, Conscript, bald military guy, Helquith, the knight, essentially, like the knight in shining armor, and then obviously Dogheart and Aurelius.
I assume Creepy Assassin Guy was the guy that shared a drink with Ednius?
Yeah.
Well, try to.
Yeah, it was. No, they shared a drink.
Most awkward drink in the history of humans. There's gotta have been I'm not even going to finish that sentence. But there's gotta have been drinks where somebody put something on somebody else's drink and they noticed after they drank that was more comfortable than that.
Yeah. It was certainly uncomfortable for sure.
How's the conscript looking?
The construct?
Conscript.
Script.
1,000-yard stare, empty inside, doesn't talk.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear Helquith and Dogheart talking to each other, and Helquith is talking about what they were doing. So you guys met them for the first time when the judges were all being assigned to different tasks. This is when you guys were put on the Green Rider arc. While you guys were assigned to go deal with the Green Rider, Helquith's team was assigned to go deal with Sons of the Republic cell in the city of Ravinium, and they killed so many people. They killed so many, and a lot of them were not guilty, and they were torturing their way through the entire city looking for these people. And it's clear that while Helquith has zero moral qualms with this, that conscript is not doing okay. Yeah.
So what were they doing?
Corvus just sitting there being like, yeah, it was the evil bitches, Sons of the Republic.
So true.
So they were in Zuri were they in Zuri?
Who said Zuri?
That's just my bad. Where's Ravinium?
Ravinium is in the
West.
Empire. It's on the southwestern side of the I'll just show you. So while you guys are doing the Green Rider arc, they were over in Regia Nova in the city of Ravinium, torturing their way through the local community looking for the Sons of the Republic.
I was being a dummy because I was just like, Corvus's uncle is in Zuri. That must mean they were in Zuri as well.
No.
No, in
I-
fact, they don't.
If I
yeah,
heard that, I'd be like shitting myself.
No, yeah, they
Yeah.
were. They did succeed eventually. Now the thing is, the Sons of the Republic are so compartmentalized. You didn't even know there was a cell in Ravinium. I mean, you could have assumed, but you didn't know that. And so as they're talking about, like, yeah, we finally managed to find the leader. It was some old senator, and we tortured him to death. Like that doesn't.
I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah, you've never heard of him, so it's not a problem.
Well, he probably hasn't heard of me. Otherwise, I'd be dead.
Yeah.
I'm the real son of the Republic, guys. Come on.
Well, the real Son of the Republic, please stand up.
Oh, I am Spartacus.
So they've just been what is it? Torturing Sons of the Republic people,
Well,
and
that
then
was
they
just
were
why you guys were on the Green Rider arc, and then so after, basically after they finished off that cell, then they were sent back out to the plains. This time they were supposed to join up with the legions, and then that's when then they got the message from Cato and said, "Hey, come on." So they basically spent 2.5 months torturing people, and then started walking out to the plains, and then we're told, "Nope, come on back." And then, you guys met him, and then
I could see why the conscript is like a little bit not normal right now.
yeah. Well, also the assassin, and also Helquith, and also really everyone in that party is a little bit strange.
Well, I mean, like, they were already strange to begin with. The conscript was like semi-normal, and
yeah. So you guys will begin to head out. So the Helquith group will be there. Thulian is there. All right. Today we can make 1 progress. So let's get a -5 rations and then a D100. Who would like to roll encounter?
I will.
Okay, so roll a D100 and then yeah. Alrighty. So and then who wants to move the token?
I'll do it.
Alrighty. Well, you guys you guys can move 2
Who's the green,
tiles
who's
today.
the red token?
Green is Helquith's group, and then red is
Doghouse?
Aurelius and Dogheart, yeah.
Yeah. So we're going the east way or the west way?
They're going east.
Oh, we need 2 tiles.
No, we're going west.
They're going east.
We're spreading up. Right. For some reason I thought we were going together.
Alright. You guys begin to go through the mountains, and to your east, you can see good old this good old southern glacier. This one's a lot bigger than the northern glacier. The northern glacier is this like little spine running through the mountains. The southern glacier is this colossal section of mountains, and you can even start to see like the towering mountains of the Heaven's Tip and some of its fellow mountains nearby that just rise very high into the sky. And yeah, after this first day, let's start noting this down. Let's -5 rations and another D100. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move our guys.
Yeah, you can move the guys. So, okay. As you guys are traveling, actually, it's not so much during travel. Okay, you guys make camp. You guys have traveled 2 days through this section of mountains, and no great threat has come upon you.
Yeah.
And as you guys are making camp that night, you set up a tiny hut, and all of you begin to get comfortable, the 5 of you. And I think it's probably like Primius, or maybe, no, it's probably Grania. Grania, the other 4 of them are asleep in the tiny hut, and you guys don't really need to do shifts since the tiny hut is essentially impervious against outside attack, but Maximus still kind of encouraged you to do so anyways. And outside of the tiny hut, in the darkness, you think that you can see a pair of eyes looking at your little tiny hut. You see this like vaguely humanoid head shape with like spiky bits up top, looking at like behind a bush, looking at the tiny hut.
Yeah, that's not creepy at all.
I can see it from inside the hut. The hut's not closed off.
No, the hut is transparent.
The hut has a spell that's, yeah, you can see from...
Yeah, it's opaque on the outside, transparent on the inside.
I'll ruffle.
Guys?
Who are you going to ruffle? Prometheus, you said?
Not Corvus. Prometheus, yeah.
Okay.
Wait. No, I said Corvus. You fucking gaslighting me. I said Corvus twice.
Oh, okay, Corvus.
Damn. All right.
You Russell Corvus.
Yeah, I'm up. What's up?
Chill point.
Yeah, you see a pair of kind of wet, large, greenish eyes. The only reason you can see them is because of the shimmering of like the wetness reflecting against the moonlight. You can't actually see the rest of their body, like other than the vague spiky head shape.
Is that shape and the spiky head shape, does that ring a bell at all?
Not really. It looks like a human head, but elongated with the spikes at the top.
Oh. Should I wake the others up?
Now you should just dismiss the tiny hut and leave.
Real. I guess I'll it's looking directly at the tiny hut?
Yeah.
It is opaque on the outside.
Or they do stand out
Fireball
quite
it.
a bit.
Rania, do you possess minor illusion?
Nope. She'll shake her head no.
Actually, prestidigitation. I'll go to the edge of the hut and then cast. Oh wait, no, I can't cast from the inside to the outside, can I?
I don't think you can.
I don't think he cast spells in the tiny hut. Otherwise, that'd be hella dumb.
Yeah, spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it.
Oh, but they can't extend through it or be cast.
Or be cast through it.
But that means they can be cast originating on the other side, right?
No, that's being cast through it.
Important question. Do cantrips break invisibility?
I think any action breaks invisibility.
It specifies a spell.
Oh, well,
Attach
cantrips are
cantrip
spells,
spell.
100%, yeah.
They're still
Oh, yeah.
There was a point in time where I was invisible, and there was another invisible guy tracking me with like detect magic up or something.
No way.
True.
This was a long time ago.
That is, detect magic would help you track someone that's invisible, that's true.
But no, they were also invisible.
Yeah, detect
They
magic
were
is a
like
concentration.
combining.
Well, there's a bunch of ways you
Yeah.
can have detect magic. So you can have detect
I was gonna
magic
say, both
from
are
a
concentration,
scroll.
right?
Yeah, one of them is coming from
Well,
not
and
a
it's
spell
a
effect.
spell, so I thought the spell would cancel. Okay.
Well, it could be that invisibility wasn't coming from a spell. One of them had to not be coming from a spell effect. Or they had an item that allowed them to have double concentration.
Poke Corvus and
Cheating.
sign. Do you want to go outside safely?
I whisper to her, if I go outside, this entire tiny hut disappears.
Do you speak sign language?
It speaks a little bit.
Oh, that'll speak simpler.
Proficiency is real low.
Then I'll just
4 out of
say
40.
go outside question mark. Basically all I said.
Yeah, go outside. It's pretty simple.
And then when you respond with that, I'll sign want me to go.
I'll respond if you can do it carefully. I mean, if you're willing to risk it. I think we should probably. I'll wake the others in the meantime. Or do you want me to keep watch?
She'll shrug.
I'm gonna rouse the others.
Okay. yeah, you go person by person
I'll
and
give
kind of poke
a
them.
go ahead, I guess.
Sure. Now, does Tiny Hut only uncast if you leave it, or does it apply to
No, only if the
everyone?
caster leaves.
Only if the caster leaves? Okay.
That was not that great a spell.
Well, it'd still actually be quite good. In
Well,
fact,
yeah.
in general, it breaks all travel, so it's actually very good.
Yeah, well, it's just like that would be like a weird little bit.
Actually
to
make quite a
have,
bit
I
of
guess.
sense. Okay, yeah, Grania, you slip out of the
Well, hold on.
Oh,
No,
okay.
hold on. I'm gonna cast.
These nuts.
I'm tempted to use that, but I think if I'm casting a spell, we're probably starting combat anyway, so I'll just use my new feature to cast invisibility at will.
Okay.
Based.
Yeah, you go invisible. How long does normal visibility last? For an hour, right?
That sounds right. Let me double check.
Is it just a regular casting of invisibility, or is it
Yeah.
upcast to your spell slot? All right.
That's interesting.
Because I'm a warlock, yeah.
You may
I'm
cast
not sure.
invisibility at will.
Yeah, it's concentration.
It
the
should
one
be
on-
upcast because it doesn't say that it changes your core class
Yeah, all
mechanics.
my
It just
other
says you're casting it at
spells
will.
Spells that I
pretty
get
huge
from
buff,
invocations are the same way.
Well,
so-
since you're not expanding a spell slot, I guess it assumes that since there's no spell slot being expanded, that also means there's no upcasting. through
Yeah, but
that
I guess that
power
makes
stuff
sense.
for
I guess
spell
that makes
slots.
sense. That one makes
It's
sense.
already quite powerful.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
That's the point of the 15th level fucking thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, giving it up free upcasting invisibility.
I think it
is
makes
like
sense it wouldn't be upcasted
game-breaking.
because you're not spending spell slots.
Cringe. I hate
It
you,
does
Echo.
make sense though.
Hold on, let's look it up.
Okay.
Dead ass.
what does
I
China
see. This is
think?
one of those things that 100% does not exist in the rulebook. It's going to exist on Jeremy Crawford's Twitter feed, which
Yeah,
is the same as
oh
saying
my
I can say
God.
whatever I want.
Oh my god. I'll tell
Yeah.
you about it later, Alex. It's
Yeah.
something that infuriated me. I don't need to
That's
oust a
fine.
friend of ours.
Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty. So, Grania, as everyone else wakes up, you cast invisibility on yourself and you slip out of the tiny hut. We're gonna remain in the hut for a moment. So, Primius and Zenius, both of you get awoken by Corvus.
Alright. I won't open my eyes just yet.
I will, and I'll. What's he doing? What are you doing?
Well, I'm sitting up, and I'm standing up. I'm just not
He was
opening my
asking
eyes.
Corvus.
I'm asking Corvus. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll speak to them quietly. There's something watching us. Granny's investigating it.
Just herself?
Yeah, she
Go
watches-
back up? Well,
I was gonna say for a sec, I almost said if she needs help, she can scream. I was like, hold on. That doesn't quite right. That's not right.
Oh, man.
Maybe a flaw
Not
in this
quite.
plan.
All
Funny.
according to Keikaku.
alright. If it seems that combat starts in any way, I'm ready in
know that
action.
combat started.
It's
I-
over. Combat started.
It either attacks or Grania casts a spell, or
Okay, so if you hear a creature attack or you hear a spell be cast, you're gonna
We
leave
can
the
see, right?
hut.
I'm gonna run at the creature.
Okay. Sure. So your eyes are
Um,
open then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but meanwhile, I'm gonna start ritual casting.
I'm gonna start eating the armor.
Huh?
Gosh. Okay. You guys watch as Primius, you're like getting on your hands and knees, getting ready to like sprint out of the tiny hut. Corvus begins some ritual, and then you watch as Zednius reaches into his bag of holding, pulls out a gauntlet, and then lifts it to his mouth, and then it just kind of like evaporates as it passes into his gullet.
Just looking at him like, what the fuck did I just say?
What the fuck?
And then he does that to the gauntlet. And he works on the forearm. As he continues to
A
devour it.
midnight snack.
The parting gift.
Crunchy,
from my
huh?
friend.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to wear it, not eat it.
I'll take another bite.
Yeah, one by one, the pieces of the plate basically begin to disintegrate in your gullet, and soon enough you get +3 to spell save DC and spell attack. So just a note for that feature, it's at the bottom. It says every time you long rest, the bonus conferred by the consumption of item reduces by 1. So technically for the next 3 long rests, so probably for the rest of the campaign, you're going to have some type of bonus.
Sick.
Yeah. All right. Now we cut out to Grania. So Grania, you slip out of the tiny hut. Are you slipping out on the far side away from the watching eyes or on the side of where the watching eyes are?
Can I stick my hand out on the side where the eyes are and see if it tracks my hand first? And then go to the other side if...
Yeah, roll me an insight check.
Okay.
You explode.
It does not look like it's tracking your hand, no.
Okay, then I'll go out the side that it's on.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check then. Okay, it's advantage since you're invisible.
Right?
Yep. Okay. You sneak out of the thing.
And it doesn't seem to move at all or make any indication?
No.
Hmm.
You have
Is
the
that
dark
so-
vision thing?
Yes.
Or is that Zednius? Oh, okay.
I
Since,
also have it now. But
sure, you're inside the tiny hut though, so you have like this limited angle of view. But yeah, Grania, you can see a bit more. So you can see basically the eyes and up because the rest is completely hidden by this bush. Its skin is a kind of like coral green. It's wet, like the skin is wet. It has this like sheen to it, this watery sheen. It has this like big, massive, bald forehead, which then turns into a series of like fins and kind of like coral-like spines that form a sort of hair-like structure on its head. And its eyes, now that you're seeing them a bit better, are like white, completely white, except for in the middle where they have these tiny little like dots of like jade, which are their pupils.
Wow. Are these a sea hag? Is this a sea hag? That's pretty cool.
I don't recognize this creature at all, I assume.
It's a bee hag.
Is there any indication that it's intelligent?
Well, other than it being a bipedal creature, which seems to be watching your... I mean, you can't really see much of it. You don't see, like, jewelry or anything like that. But, I mean, it is a bipedal creature that's watching your tiny hut. So I think, especially with your experience of Fae, your default assumption would be it's intelligent.
Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna ask the fluttering one. Should we try to talk to it?
Strangers are scary. Watch it.
Okay. She'll just, I guess, just if I don't think moving any closer will be at more risk of scaring it, then I'll try to move it a little bit closer.
You just have to
but I won't.
rotate, basically. You just have to, like, get a different angle so you can see its whole body.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Okay, make me one more stealth check with advantage. Okay. You rotate around the bush, and you get a full view of this creature, and it is 100% intelligent. Its shoulders have this kind of like grown type of coral armor that extends from one shoulder across its shoulders to the other shoulder. Its chest is this massive green chitinous plate made out of the same skin as its forehead. Its arms are muscular and rigid, with like kind of interlocking scales that seem to have some mobility to it, because while its head was remaining perfectly still, down here you can see that it is like in a crouched position. It has a bone dagger in one hand, in the other hand it has basically a crossbow, though it's a strange type of crossbow. It's closer to like a something called a spear thrower than a normal crossbow. Basically, something you'd use to throw a spear at immense speed. It has pants on. The pants are woven out of an unfamiliar material. They look like fibers of some type of plant you don't know. And it is really wet. Like its entire body is dripping wet constantly. Its feet are these like long, sort of claw-like, like three-toed appendages.
Could say it's drift out.
Could say that.
Is she actually holding a weapon, or is it like just on her back?
The creature, whatever it is holding a dagger in its right hand.
I'm assuming it's like poised to pounce or attack. Or is it more
Yeah,
just,
I mean, it's more so just watching the hut. It's just in a crouched position.
Okay. Can I pick up a pebble and throw it in that direction?
See, it's interesting because there is a line between interaction and attack. I don't think a pebble is that line. Obviously, I'm just trying to think of what that line is. Yeah, you pick up a pebble
directly, but just like
yeah. Like I said, a pebble is not an attack.
Unless.
Yeah, you lift the pebble, you chuck it. It hits the ground, and instantly the creature spins around and begins to look. And previously, it had just probably been like scouting or something like that, but now it goes on high alert. It starts to look around, and when it spots nothing, it begins to move very rapidly. And after about 30 feet, its whole body evaporates into smoke, and the smoke cloud begins to float up into the trees.
Trees. How far away? You said 30 feet?
Well, it ran 30 feet, and then it turned into smoke.
Did I see where it went up into the trees?
Roll me a perception check at disadvantage, because it's nighttime, and,
I can see.
Oh my god,
it's
he
not,
lost
it's
his
not
soul.
about seeing,
What
it's just about, like, contrast. Yeah, you're able to spot that, the smoke cloud moves very slowly. I mean, not that slowly, but it's slower than a walking speed. It floats up into one of the trees, and then about 30 feet up, near the top branches of one of the trees, you see the form of the smoke coalesce back into this creature.
Shall ask the floating one. What do you think?
I think we're scaring it.
But do we want it gone?
I don't know. Do you think it will hurt us?
It has the capability to do so, but I don't know if it will.
I don't know either.
I think Grania feels comfortable enough that if she gets in trouble, she can get away. So I think she's going to move more underneath it and then break invisibility.
Okay. Yeah, you go beneath it, break invisibility. Instantly, it seems so. It does have some ability to see it in the dark because it instantly looks down and sees you, and it kind of hoists its dagger, and it says, which is a horrible noise that sounds like the smashing of like two clams shells against one another.
Okay, I'll just wave at it and see how it responds first.
Yeah. It will take a conch shell from its waist and blow into it, and the entire forest will kind of fill with this like very loud horn noise, which I think is probably enough to trigger your compatriots that are back at the tiny hut.
But I think that's a signal for us.
Yeah, so Primius, you come sprinting out of the tiny hut. Zednius has finished eating his midnight snack, so he runs out. Corvus, what ritual were you casting?
I was gonna cast the telepathic wand.
Sure.
Did it go off?
I mean, how long does it take to cast telepathic bond?
10 minutes plus an action.
Oh, then no.
Like
hasn't been 10
virtual
minutes.
plus an action.
Yeah, it hasn't been 10 minutes yet. So, are you canceling it and just running out now?
Yeah.
Okay, you run out, canceling the tiny hut. Grania, as he blows the shell, you can hear behind you the sound of your compatriots approaching, and the creature will leap off the tree and then kind of like roll to catch themselves, and then begin to sprint off southwest,
Granny will
away
kind of
from
put her
you.
hand up to kind of hit towards the party to not chase it.
Well, the rest of the party, you guys catch up to Grania, seeing her at the base of a tree. She's like holding up a hand in your direction.
Are there more of them?
She'll shrug.
I'm gonna, I don't know, divine sense.
There's no Fey, Fiend, or Undead within 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
What? None at all?
Not at all.
Where's the flat right
Why
now?
don't you?
Oh,
Why
Fey,
should I?
whatever.
Yeah, but I know what that's for.
Yeah, you know, we've figured this out long ago.
I'd like to make a perception check to see if there's any movement around us.
Yeah, you don't have dark vision or anything like that, right? You're just relying on your glowing eyes.
Yeah.
Sure, make a perception check.
Oh,
Yeah, you're not, you don't see much out there in the darkness.
Granny will kind of just walk back to the party and sign. It didn't attack when I was alone, and it ran, but it did make a signal as if there was more. I don't know if that means they're going to come back in a group, or if that means they're moving out as a group.
well, it'd be sickening to think that creatures are getting teleported en masse to here. Because the stuff we've run into is just one-off, but if it's an entire group of them, that's a different story that we might have to report.
Oh, you could always follow that retreating one, see where it went.
Grania will be opposed since it didn't attack her.
I don't think it's a good use of resources, because it's definitely not the thing that's been taking out judges.
Are you sure?
I mean, it
Don't
could
like
be. Well, why didn't
Omni-Man.
it attack then on a solo thing? It was before anyone else came out of the tent.
Are
I
you
wasn't
sure?
showing any signs of aggressiveness or combat or anything that it could have just attacked if it wanted to.
Okay. Then we're making a new tiny hut then, and going back to bed.
I was
I
gonna
think so.
ask if you guys feel like maybe we should move a bit, the camp.
Yeah,
Not far, just a
relocating
little
might
bit.
be a better idea as well.
Granny will shrug.
Okay.
I guess. Would that fuck with our short rest? Like, give us
Certainly.
exhaustion?
This already fucked with your short rest.
Cool.
It's not going to give you exhaustion, but it's just not going to give you the benefits of short rest. Yeah, you guys walk a mile or two. No, well, these are in the mountains, so we're talking like half a valley over. And you guys decide to set up another tiny hut. I think, Corvus, you're on shift now, and it's like not even an hour after setting up camp. And the sun won't be up for probably 4 or 5 more hours, and you can see basically there is a creature. You can see like it's again, you don't have dark vision, so you can only see its silhouette like in the moonlight. And you can see the creature is currently like walking. It's about 40 feet away from the camp, and they're stringing something across between 2 trees.
That's as good a spot as any. Hello?
Hi.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I lost connection for a second
Nope.
there.
You have it. I was just waiting for you to.
We just hate you.
Well, I guess we can tiny out here.
No, I know. I'm saying you've set up a tiny hut. Again, you've gone. Everyone else has gone back to bed. It's like an hour later. You are on shift, and you can see a humanoid creature. Again, about 40 feet away from the tiny hut, stringing something between two trees.
Oh. Stringing something.
Yeah.
Okay, can I... I'm gonna... I guess just a crow flying at night shouldn't be too obvious. So I'm gonna set up my crow to just fly around in like a natural way, but still give me vision.
Okay. Yeah, your crow flies up out of the thing. It perches on a branch, and you can see that there are about 40 creatures. A lot of them are 100 feet back or so. They seem to be separated into little war bands of 5 or 6 per group. And there are 4 of them, which are ahead of the main group, and they're stringing objects between trees. You can see them nailing idols to like the trunks of trees and things like that. Since your crow has dark vision, you can see that they all have differing levels of armor. Like the ones that have the kind of coral grown across their shoulders, those are the lesser armored ones. Some of them have like entire coral breastplates. All of them have bone weaponry of different types. They're all soaking wet.
How large do they look, and do they look like they're the same as the type of creature as the one that was there earlier?
Yep, they're all the same type of creature. They all seem to be between 6 to 7 feet tall.
Okay.
They have stocky, hardened, chitinous limbs.
Okay. Then they seem to be settling down for the night and setting up like traps and shit to alert them?
No, they're not settling down. Only five of them are setting up like traps and nailing idols to walls and things like that. The rest of them seem to be organizing in relative quiet. Their language, little bits of it are like getting up to the bird, and it's a very clacky language. So even when they're talking quietly, the language kind of carries over a bit of distance.
Okay. Do any of them look like they're spellcasters? They look like they're doing some kind of like shamanistic rituals.
Yeah, the ones that are
seem to
around your
actually
guys'
be magical.
Yeah, the ones that are around your guys' campsite are like using these, basically they're lifting up these little like wooden carved idols clearly from local trees and then like sticking them to the wall with some sort of residue, which is a shamanistic activity.
Yeah, but do they seem to be like casting spells?
No.
Okay. So we have
Do
like
they
we have like a
have weapons
tribe of
on them?
weird
Yeah, certainly.
coral goblins or whatever. I don't know. Coral beings.
Oral
Merfolk.
goblins.
I don't know if this is worth waking anybody up over, especially since this tiny hut is going to last longer than till the morning, so we can just reconvene in the morning.
Okay.
I'll just make sure that we have somebody to watch at all points.
Sure. Then when your shift comes to an end, it's the wee hours of the morning. And normally, this is when you guys, because you guys already interrupted your rest once, so by the time that you're done, you wake up Primius for his shift, and in the sun of like the morning, you can see that basically every angle around your campsite has an idol stuck to a tree, or like some type of like visible trap, and probably some non-visible ones as well. And Corvus, you kind of reach over and tap Primius, awakening him.
Right.
These guys
Yeah.
are more savage than the Debrashans, bro. What's going on here?
I don't think you
Very
can be
rude.
saying that.
Well, first of all, you made up all 3 of these races, so yeah, I totally can.
You can't be I can be way more racist than you, okay?
These are all
Hashtag
make-believe,
racist,
and I'm
wait
playing
for
a
me.
racist character.
He can't say that, Monka?
You can, you will. Fuck you.
Now, if I were to say...
So you're on shift, and these are the La Crituras that you see. Is your plan just to wait until everyone's like woken up and the tiny hut's nearing its completion?
Are they still here?
No, you don't see any.
Okay.
Also, we got
They're
a
putting
decent
like
amount of time for the
idols
tiny
down
hut.
and shit. Do you think we could trick them into fearing us? Like Primus, you have glowing eyes. If we made you a little bit more imposing with magic, like maybe like enlarging you, and then and giving like prestidigitationing some stuff to make you like more imposing, you think you could just like frighten them off? Or do you just want to take them out?
Well, in the name of our Lord, I'd rather kill them.
Is there like a when you as a Mithdosian, when you see like other creatures, obviously these are like they're not as intelligent as humans, maybe they're more intelligent than humans, but the culture is definitely less advanced than ours. Would we consider these to be like kill on sight immediately?
Not necessarily. I mean, the thing is, Aurelian Sol is the god of mankind. He's not the god of like whatever, or like the god of all people or whatever. He is the god of the sun, the god of mankind. Like, I mean, one of your most famous saints is an elf genocider. So the answer is practically no, it's not actually kill on sight. Like, lots of half elves live in the Empire, lots of dwarves live in the Empire, but the Empire doesn't exactly say it's bad to genocide. I don't know. I mean, the theology and the practice have quite a bit of difference. The theology would tell you, yeah, just kill them all on sight. The practice, though, is that there are advantages to having non-humans in the Empire, and so there are populations of them.
I see no advantage. I am a hammer.
Do you have a... Yeah, you see nails, there's your hammer. You know, this is entirely fair. I'm just asking, is there perhaps, what's the density of them, you know? Is there perhaps an opportune fireball that'll just wipe them all out?
They're not nearly... I mean, to be clear, you're not looking through Raven Eyes right now, so you don't even see any of them.
Ah.
You want to do that real quick?
Yeah, I'll do my Raven scouting a bit, I guess.
Yeah, you see that about 60 feet back from your campsite, about half, there are about 3 creatures up in trees and things like that. I mean, they're pretty well hidden, but you can just keep spamming perception checks with the bird, and they don't seem to make the connection. Wherever they're from, familiars just must not be birds, because they don't make any connection of like this being weird behavior for a bird to do. And then you can go a little bit further past that, and about 150 feet away, you can see that spread out through various like low hills and glades is a warband of about 60 of them, which is about double there was last night.
Right.
This is a far larger problem than I initially thought.
Is it 100?
No, there's 60.
60. Okay,
That's still a lot. That could still
how
easily
densely
kill
are they
like 9
located?
judges.
And are they like, do you have like tents, or
Mm-mm.
how are they situated?
Basically, they are sleeping in groups of 6, and each group is similarly equipped, but there is no like continuity and equipment between the groups. So like a group of 6 will all have like spears, for instance, like bone spears. The group next door will have like bone swords. Like there's differences in equipment, and there's pretty big gaps. So a fireball, if let's say you somehow had like the perfectly positioned fireball, it would kill one of these groups of 6. And there's 10 of them because
Assuming it would kill them.
Assuming, yes. But yeah, there seems to be something special about the number of 6, because while there's only 3 of those like scouts currently on duty, there's 3 of them sleeping as well. So it seems as if 6 is like their version of a squad, like their default organizational unit.
Well, we can always have Xenius cast tongues.
Yeah.
But I'd rather kill him.
Well, we could.
What race are they? Are these just weird
We don't
creatures
know.
or people?
They're like about people size.
They're like
creatures
merfolk.
with like chitinous armor wear like coral, like chitinous, like body husks that have like coral, like ingrown armor.
Yeah, I think we ran into one of these in the original boat game, and he died, and I peeled off his coral armor.
That's fucked up.
They're not supposed to be here.
Nope.
Probably not. No.
Remember what plane of existence you were on in that game, Blake?
Plane of water.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that sounds like a water thing.
There's no way
What do
Primus
we
would know that,
call,
so that's total
No,
like meta knowledge.
absolutely not.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, of
that's
course.
super meta. Yeah.
What do we call our plane?
Material plane.
Because it's
But
the
this
best
is the
one.
only. Well, because it's the real thing. It's like everything else is fake. That's why everything else is immaterial. This is the only thing that's real, right, guys?
Wait, really?
Right?
That's
Right?
why it's called the
Is that what we
material
call
plane.
it that?
Yeah,
Really? That's so
Where-
stupid.
That is literally where the name material plane comes from. It's because this is material
Holy
and everything
shit,
else is
that's so
immaterial.
stupid. I love it. That is so ignorant.
Yeah, it's fucking based, is what it is.
It's the most Mithdosica shit I've ever heard.
I have depicted you as fake and not existing, and me as the material chat.
So real.
Could you imagine if you walked up to the Aboleth and was like, "You're not real. I'm not helping you."
That would be really funny, because then he would just smell your mind.
Oh, okay, I guess I'm fucking killing you. Oh, okay.
So, what are we doing?
You want me to go talk to him, or what are we?
No, it's
asking?
just a suggestion. It's not like what we decided on.
I mean, I think we could talk to them.
I think we could kill him.
I think we could do either. This is very
Yeah, we could kill them, but what if they help us?
What if we can use them as fodder?
Also, they doubled the
so
number.
right.
It would be nice to know if there's an open portal or if they're going to continue to grow. Right? Because they just doubled.
Yeah.
Did they?
Well, I mean,
I
like
thought
there were
that there
40
were,
of
like,
them last
30
night.
yesterday. Yeah, and now there's.
Yeah, maybe
twice
I
as
just
many.
didn't see all of them. It doesn't mean they. It's not like they just grew more of them. I hope.
I hope. Clueless.
I got Haka.
Yeah, maybe reasoning with them might not be such a terrible idea.
Radio will nod.
I think tongues is only for me. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, it's only one person, and I would choose myself.
Obviously, you should put it on Granny.
I was saying, doing Granny would be so fucking funny. But they wouldn't understand sign language, I assume, so it'd just be like, well, in theory, they could understand me now. If I could talk.
That would be pretty funny, for sure.
Yeah, no, Zednius, you're the most charismatic.
Okay. We only have 5 people.
True.
I was hoping we had a 6th. Is there anything we could make? Like, these people don't know what we are, most likely. Is there anything we have that could be a 6th?
What do you mean?
Oh, we
by
could
that?
have
We have the Raven. I don't know if it's big enough to be counted as a party member by
You have the horse.
foreign creatures. We have a horse.
Oh, with the Pegasus.
Pegasus, yeah.
Okay, sweet. So I think that we should go as the group of 6, just in case that's important.
Oh, right, because they're all in groups of 6. You're so right. That's actually incredibly smart. I didn't think of that. Yeah.
So yeah, I think we should approach as our group of
Well, we
6.
weren't
I
gonna
don't
kill
know.
you, but there are 6 of you, so we'll let you live for now.
And maybe it's like part of their religion, and if we were 6, we're like seen as fucking holy apostles by that god, okay?
I feel like that's a slim chance.
I don't know. And it would be funny.
None of these merfolk have like animals. It's all just merfolk.
They are the animals.
Okay, so it's possible that they will. I don't know anything about this plane, so it's possible they will also have like work animals like the Pegasus. But it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
I'm
then.
gonna tongues myself, and then let's
Wait,
approach the scouting party, or what do we want to do?
could we wait 10 minutes?
Okay.
Wait. During those 10 minutes, I'll cast now called Corvus's telepathic bond.
Wow. All right. At the end of the 10 minutes, all of you realize that you can hear each other's surface level thoughts.
Wait, is that how it works?
Oh,
Well, you can once you have the spell active, you can then choose what you'd like to share. But I think at first, for the first time ever using the spell, yeah, it would just be a
So
kind
does
of
that
fire
mean I can
hose.
almost live translate?
Yeah,
Okay.
I assume that's why I cast the spell.
That, and because this way we can communicate more efficiently without them hearing us if we're like planning something sneaky, like if we're going into attack or if we need to hide something. Also, I'm really curious if we can hear Grania, like if Left has like a mental voice.
We already heard it from the
Oh yeah, I did.
once.
eldritch creature.
But yeah, now you could like say full sentences and stuff.
Holy shit, we're basically hearing Grania speak. Feel strong, man.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, are we just walking out of the tiny hut?
I'm walking here.
I think we should go to the scouts because they're awake.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys exit the tiny hut and walk forward. Now
Wait, very careful. Be careful of traps. They put up traps last night. Be very careful.
Yeah, let's get an investigation check from who's normally at the front of the column. Maximus would be, but obviously, you know.
I think I will be.
Yeah,
Since I
investigation
plan on
check.
being the face of this. I also have Devil Sight now. I don't know how dark it is.
It's not dark at all. It's morning.
Okay. And it doesn't matter.
Since I'm proficient, can I use? Oh well.
No.
I mean, the thing is, you guys know there's traps, or at least, sorry, Corvus knows there's traps here. So, you know, on initial glance, Zednius, you can't find anything, but you were told by Corvus there is traps here. So, if someone else wants to try, feel free. You know, Prometheus, you go forward and you know exactly where to look, and you guys can take a bit of time. So rather than have your meeting like somewhere in some grand place, instead, what happens is while you guys are like fucking with this like corridor of the forest, trying to like look for like a tripwire and stuff, you can see that the warband, you guys begin to hear dong, 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 as shields of chitin start to get slammed against bone spears, and from all directions, slowly the warband is beginning to approach.
Okay, is this like a regional thing, or like, what do you pronounce chitin like that? Is that a real pronunciation?
Chitin. I think chitin.
I've never heard chitin or chitin.
I don't know. I've heard chitin. Chitinous.
Yeah, you'd be chitin, huh?
That's what I am.
I don't know. Maybe it is a regionalism. Maybe I'm just American.
American.
Or I've just read it written a bunch of times and never actually said it out loud. Who knows?
I'm not complaining, I'm just like, I haven't heard it that way.
Yeah, well, so they're approaching from all directions, slamming shields against spears as you guys were fucking with. Like, basically, you started fucking with this thing, and about a minute later, now they're approaching.
Well, I'm gonna stand back, but I am gonna have my swords drawn,
Okay.
and I'm gonna speak the word.
Okay, your flame erupts in flame. And there isn't one leader, it doesn't seem like there's no leader, like a war chief or something that's coming out to greet you, but they are approaching in, and you can see that even in the trees around where you had your tiny hut, you can see that bounding like from branch to branch, those 6 scouts are getting closer as well.
Well,
I'll wave at him.
They continue to get closer.
You gonna say
Let's
something?
just hello there.
One of the scouts on one of the trees kind of freezes, and then so tongues would translate them talking to each other as well, right? It's not just when they're talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Then one of the scouts will say, "The dog can speak our tongue," and that cry will like pass from scout to scout, and soon the whole warband stops. And we are going to move to the battle map because they did get pretty close before. Not that we're rolling new initiative, just that they got pretty close before. Before you guys did that. There's quite a number of them. And one of the scouts will kind of pause, and he will hop down from a tree and take a few steps. "How do you speak the blessed tongue?"
I have I've magical abilities. Communicate.
He shouts back over his shoulder, "He is a mere trickster, like the Peaky Melee." And there is kind of like a shout of acknowledgement from each of the separate war bands. And then he looks back.
I don't intend to trick you.
"Yes, but you employ the tactics of the tricksters."
See. Do you know where you are? I feel like you're not from here.
"Yes, we are in the accursed dry."
How long have you been here?
There are no tide cycles. Time is indeterminate.
You didn't notice the
But
giant
there's-
ball of fire in the sky?
Yeah. How many days and nights has it been?
You will answer the question of the Death Commando. And he will look over his shoulder and bark out a name. It's like a proper noun. "Kadishkak!" And one will break from one of the other groups and walk over, and the other one will ascend back up into the tree. "What do your people call yourselves?"
We call ourselves human.
"And do you know the Jinn?"
I do not.
You know
Do
they exist.
you
in
know
different
of the
planes.
Azeri?
What did you guys say? Are you talking to me, or are you just commentary?
No, that would be said in
When the
your
group
head.
chats
It's
out.
just like these are creatures that exist on different planes, but not here.
Yeah. We're not aware. They are not from this realm.
But the Jinn hail from the Great Dry. This is known.
They come from the elemental plane of Earth. This is the material plane.
This does the Great Dry have any water?
No.
I'll pull out my water sack. This is not the what did he say? The realm of dry?
The
And I'll
Great
pour out a
Dry.
bit of water. The Great Dry.
Then this is
We call
the
this
Bog
the
of
material
Sorrows,
plane.
then?
The Boglands,
I'm
yeah.
not familiar with these names.
Well,
What is...
yeah,
You say material. This means nothing. You
If
use
we go off of
obfuscation
what-
like a Peaky Melee scum.
if we go off of what I forget the character Tangy played. What was his name? The Fae.
Tiberius is what you called him.
Yeah, we go by what Tiberius called it, the Boglands. I believe he is referring to the same spot. So I think it would make more sense if you called it the Boglands.
Suppose Bog of Sorrows is
Okay.
probably what you would call it.
Yeah, we've also heard of this realm called the Boglands from the Fae. Are you familiar?
And there are
With the
trolls
Fae?
in this place.
Not
Not
many,
anymore.
but I believe so.
Not many.
Definitely not in this area.
He kind of growls a bit, though interpreting what that expression means in a totally alien species is a bit difficult. It could just be annoyance, it could be I'm gonna fucking murder you, but he growls very loudly, and like the growl is then picked up by the other warbands, and this kind of like guttural noise fills the valley, and he says, "What you are saying does not make sense. The Bog of Sorrows is the home of trolls. There they grow as tall as mountains. The Great Dry is an endless expanse of heat and death. You say these are neither of these places. Then where are we?"
They call this the Boglands. We call it the Material Plane. It's got less magic than the other realms.
I think for this you're gonna have to explain to them the concept of time and how they've been gone for like thousands of years.
Well, we don't know that the Mer people have been here. Period.
Correct.
Like, it's not
Mermaids
like this is the Material Plane and they got all banished.
Yeah.
Um,
I
well,
think what he'll say is, he'll just say this. There are the same number of moons in the sky as where we hail from. This cannot be that
Interesting.
far.
Well, we believe there's been a lot of strange magic pulling creatures from other realms. There may be pockets of the Great Dry. There may be pockets of the Bog of Sorrows that have all been brought here to our lands, and we believe that's what happened to you also.
Ask him about the big white serpent that we encountered.
The basilisk?
No,
Wait,
the
remember
aboleth. I mean, we wouldn't know what it's called an
Oh.
aboleth. We would just say like a big white worm-looking thing.
did it have a name?
I mean, we would never know what the name was.
I believe he
Because-
literally
I
told
thought it
you
told
he
us.
was an. I think he
Yeah.
literally told you his name was like Emperor something something. And you guys just called him the Emperor.
Did we have a picture of him? Do we know what he looked like?
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, sweet.
Only
I wear
Corvus
minor
actually saw
illusion
him, but
for-
yeah.
Okay, well then I can't. But I was gonna say we spoke
Can I
with
mentally transfer the image to him?
someone.
Yeah.
Known as the Emperor. Are you familiar with them?
No.
And then I'll conjure up. Okay, I won't conjure up anything because he might freak out if I cast magic.
So it is not your people who have brought us here. You are not affiliated
No.
with the Black Skeleton.
The black
What
skeleton.
can, what can you tell us of the Black Skeleton? We're trying to stop this and send everyone back home.
He makes kind of like a deep, kind of recessed growl in the back of his throat, which has this like clicking quality to it that goes throughout all the war bands, and then he says, "We were leading a raid. Kulua had already blessed our charge. We boarded our war canoes and went east towards the lands of the Pikemele. Then, a fount of water lifted up. We were pulled to a distant place. There, many of our kin dried out. We were poked and prodded, disintegrated, and more, until, as a whole, we were deposited in the hills, separated from our fellows. We have seen none others. We suspect many have dried out."
What can you tell us of the Black Skeleton? Do you intend to move on him?
And where would we do that?
What do you mean? I thought you knew where the Black Skeleton was.
No. It is portals.
We do know the location in which to fix all this, so that might get him a little more.
Do we know where a body of
Cooperative.
water is that we can send these guys?
The
I was
ocean.
trying to think.
I mean, there's like tons of mountain creeks. That's clearly how they've been like keeping themselves alive.
Okay, I
You
didn't.
can-
Well, they just said they were drying out or dried out. I just.
They
wanted
said
to-
other colon had
Oh.
other creatures had like other members of their tribe had dried out. Not that they've dried out. Clearly, they found some water source, or they'd be dead. You can see that
Yeah, well,
some of the
it could also be that they came through today. I wasn't really sure.
yeah, some of the ones in the back, you can see that they have like large gourds on their back, which probably have water in them. This would be the same as like a human trying to cross a desert, something like that. But yeah, the nearest big body of water that would be salty and like support this would be the ocean, which is 60 miles away.
Okay.
60? That's actually not that far, right? Like, it's
No.
far, but like.
Do we
not
have
insanely far.
to?
3
Do we
days
have to
travel.
go through these guys to get to where we're going, or what?
Well, they were stalking you,
I-
so
Oh. Why were you following us?
Because you are prey.
It would not be a good decision to see us that way. We can defend ourselves.
That much is known. The smoke binder said that this one,
he'll gesture his bone spear at Grania.
has invisibility at her beck and call. You all fight like cowardly Pikemele.
Fuck a peek in melee.
Maximus is going to be mad.
Blurs.
He's gonna...
You say our foe is your foe. What is this creature that brought us here? How did it do this thing?
We're not sure. We think it was a creature that was sealed away for many tides, thousands. I don't know
What
how
type
long
of
a tide
creature?
is. A dragon.
Undead dragon, yeah.
A lot of the proper nouns have failed to translate here. I mean, obviously, he's saying some crazy
I am
shit. You
going
don't know what he's
to,
saying. This one, though, seems to translate because he nods and says,
Okay.
Yes. Is it, green? They are
No,
bastards.
and I will say I'm going to cast some magic to show you what it looks like, and then I'll cast a minor illusion of the dragon that we know what it looks like from the
Beast of
from all
Atlia?
this thing. Yes, Beast of Atlia.
he looks at that and says,
That is no dragon. It has no flesh.
It was once. Oh, fuck, I can't hear. Yeah, sorry.
you can,
Well, you
hey,
can,
with
because
telepathic bond,
I'm-
you can basically talk to him and
Yeah.
then he can.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the same. It used to be a dragon, but yeah, I'll let you speak.
It's hard to
It used to be.
explain.
Yeah,
Used to
it's
be.
it went under a ritual.
Ah. I see. It is then a mummy dragon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
And it is green, or is it, brass?
Thought it was bronze.
Close enough.
No, Lemodon is copper, no?
Yeah.
No,
It was copper.
we've been over there. It's bronze.
No, Lemodon
it was-
is copper. Kovash is
okay.
bronze.
All right.
And Lemodon's the bad. Lemodon's the bad one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's copper.
Copper.
He does another one of those like contemplative kind of throat clacking noises, which echoes through the warband. And your tongue spell ends. I think it's only a minute, right? Or was I? Oh no, it's an hour.
hour.
Never mind. Okay, and I was being very generous with that. Okay, an hour. Then he'll nod and he'll say,
Hmm. In your lands, is there, a rift?
We think
Only
one
one
might have
that we know
opened.
of,
We
right?
haven't found it.
And is it large enough to accommodate, 60? A warband?
Huh? We told them we don't know
Perhaps.
if there's a rift.
Yeah, I told them I don't know where it is, but I said there might be a rift.
How do you not know if there is a rift or not?
Well,
world is big.
the dragon, the mummy dragon, comes and goes from this lands as he pleases, from the realm to his own realm, back to this realm. There must be a rift.
He seems confused and will kind of reach and like kind of scratch along the scales of his breastplate.
You do not have all your rifts charted.
No.
You do not know how your realm connects to the Great Ocean.
No.
And he says a series of words that don't translate. It's about 4 in a row. And
fuck shit, fuck.
And
You could tell him that there is an ocean.
After he finishes clacking, he will then say, and he once again growls in annoyance.
You say you can get us back if you defeat this creature, correct?
Yes.
Where is this creature located?
Our best guess is that way. And that's the way we're going.
Yeah, he'll look towards the... Yeah, I mean, he'll look towards the towering peak to your east that you point at, and...
That is impossible. We would die.
Are there pockets of water along the way from the maps that we have?
It is not water. It is cold. Already these mountains sap our life. You are warm, blubbery things, like a seal in the northern seas. Fat.
Thanks.
You have magics. You are peaky melee.
We do.
Teleport us back, then.
We don't have that type of
Not
magic.
able to do that. Not at this time. Perhaps. What do I know about tuning forks? Would something they have on them help to attune to their realm?
Unfortunately not. Tuning a tuning fork is an incredibly complicated ritual that involves a whole host of stuff and multiple long rests and a whole bunch of money. And you need to know exactly what plane you're going to, which in the case of these guys, you don't even know where they're
from. Well, Are there any... Are Peaky Melee your enemies? Are there any among you? Perhaps if I speak with another caster.
No, not among us. There was a priest of Kaulau, but he dried out.
Despair.
You cannot take us away, and to aid you would lead us to our death.
Then you will die slowly.
There's one place that could accommodate...
I'm so lucky that did not translate, Blake.
Yeah. By rolling initiative.
What were you saying, Corvus?
There's one place that could likely accommodate you, at least to the minimum for some time.
Okay, I'll tell them there's somewhere that might be accommodating while we complete our task.
He will cock his head.
Okay. Geography test.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a river that goes to the sea. That should not be too hard.
Well, yeah.
That hopefully doesn't lead through a settlement.
That is very easy. because you're actually from Sedalia. Actually, no, you're from Regia. Either way, you guys have walked past this river before. The Sedan River is not only very close, the headwaters are about 6 miles to your northwest. The Sedan River ends at a large river delta and the ruined city of Samnia, meaning that from basically, obviously there's villages along the edge of it, but between the headwaters and the ocean, there is not a single major settlement. Other than villages, of course.
But fuck those people.
Also,
Yeah,
to your
so this-
southeast, on the other side of the glacier, there's another river, but that's a lot further.
So I guess we could tell them about that place, and maybe they would be willing to follow the rivers, avoiding our settlements to not frighten the people.
Whatever Zenius wants to translate.
Yeah, I'll tell them to follow the river to the sea, and that's where there is an ocean, not as large as where you're from, but
It is
there'll be food in
vast.
there, fish, creatures.
And
No,
what
it's
others
probably
inhabit
very
the sea?
cold for what you used for, no?
Sentient creatures, not many that we know of.
Well,
That we
there's
don't have anything documented, right? That's sentient in the ocean.
There's nothing, no sentient species known to
Okay.
inhabit the oceans. Merfolk and other things occasionally leak in from the elemental plane of water, but these are not native, and
So there could be a rift in there then.
Wait, what's to say when
Could
they
be.
occasionally leak in? That means that there's definitely a portal somewhere.
Yeah, the Valeros is like scattered with portals to the elemental planes. I mean, there's some to fire, earth,
They're just
air.
not well documented.
No,
we
and
know.
they're not very stable. Importantly, there's
Okay.
one stable portal you guys would know of. Again, Goshtok Volcano, which is where the fire
That's-
giants are.
that's
There's
the
a
fire
stable
one.
portal to the elemental plane of fire.
That
Yeah.
would kill them within seconds, Pog.
Where
Yeah,
is
that was-
Russia's elemental plane permanent portal at?
Somewhere
what
that
does
you
it
guys
go
don't know
to?
about. Smile. That one goes to the elemental plane of frost,
Okay.
aka a place that literally no one except for a bunch
Would
of
kill all
troll
these
can know
people.
about. Yeah, also that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, when you mention the river, I mean, roll a persuasion check. The thing is, he doesn't really believe you that no one's in the ocean, because that doesn't make much sense to him. So just roll a persuasion check, Zednius.
Yeah.
Always comes back to good old charisma.
Thankfully, that is a Riz god.
Dang.
wow.
Yeah.
They don't call him the
He's
Riz
the
God for
Rizzler.
nothing. Yeah, I mean, so you explain this, and he will look back at the rest of the war band. And what follows, I don't think will translate, because I just don't know how it could. They are talking, but they're constantly talking over each other. So he, for example, like his throat kind of clacks like 3 times, and then the entire warband basically starts talking at once. They're talking to each other, they're talking to people across, like it's this open forum of debate as they clack. And it's just like a cacophony of fucking sound that fills your ears, and
Holy
getting
shit, Twitch chat.
extracting like individual phrases from it is a bit too difficult. But eventually, each warband clearly is voting. What they're voting on, I don't think is clear, but like some will hoist their spears, and soon enough, about 42, I think that's divisible by 6. 42 of the 60 creatures here will lift their spears, and the one that's across from you, Zadnius, the sort of speaker of the bunch, will nod and say, "Directions to these headwaters."
If I know the way,
draw
I'll
them a map.
give them directions. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, if they don't understand the map, you could have
They
them
understand the
follow
map.
your raven. Okay.
He will. I mean, as you're starting to draw out this map, Corvus, on like Vellum, I think that he's still a bit of a distance away. He can't see like the context of the map, and he says, "Include the nighttime star positions."
Do I know those?
No, you guys don't use stars to navigate unless you're like lost.
I'll tell. Okay, I'll tell them that I don't really use them.
How do you travel the vast expanses?
I'll
And
point at the
The
sun.
terrain is all unique. We follow the terrain. We can read it. And with the sun as well.
Also, I'll point at the sun, which is a fairly...
You
good
say your
indication.
place has oceans. How do you navigate those?
The people that navigate the oceans are specialized and can read the stars. None of us are that kind of person.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Are you saying that?
He seems incredulous at that idea. Like, he looks at you like you're all stupid. But he will extend
Of
his
course he
hand
does.
for the map.
Yeah, I'll hand it to him.
Yeah, I mean, he can't read your language, obviously. So it's just pictograms, and he'll look at it, and he'll, like, hold it up so that, you know, the surrounding scouts and some of the other two bands can see.
I'll make sure it's lacquered so it doesn't get, like, just destroyed as soon as it gets wet.
Yeah.
And I'll
And,
tell him to keep it dry.
He'll look at you again like you're stupid.
Yes.
And then he will look back at the map and say, "Then we shall go." And without much more fanfare, he returns to his
I want
warband.
I want to know his name and what his warband is called. In
He'll
case
kind of take a
something
few
doesn't work,
steps.
I'll come back for him.
He'll look back and say, "Kolukamake. And we are of the Kolinth." And then they
I'm
start to leave.
Zednius, and we're the judges of Mythos. I don't know.
oh my god, there he is.
Ugh.
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
I'm late.
Entirely
right.
understandable.
Well, the warband of Kolinth will leave.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, we just talked our
Crazy
way out of a
timing.
potential encounter.
You did.
Incredible.
Another way to say that is that you guys lost out on potential XP. Feels bad, man.
Yes, that's what I think as someone who wasn't there and has no idea how strong they were.
There was
There's
like
only
60
of them.
Ah, easy.
I had
they are
bone weapons.
probably,
That's what
like-
I was saying.
They were probably on the level of like a regular soldier, but we don't know. Maybe they were more powerful.
They were probably less powerful.
Like Granny would
They
have
were
been very happy
merfolk.
about fighting him.
Oh, never mind. We're not fighting them.
Also, to be clear, they were explicitly not merfolk. Merfolk are known entities because, again, they occasionally arrive on like Valeros. Merfolk have like bluish greenish skin. They're honestly quite handsome by Valerosan standards, which is why there's lots of like folk songs about them of, you know, women and men having sex with mermen and producing mermen human hybrids and all sorts of weird shit. But those were not that.
Got the monster
That was,
fighters.
there is no universe in which one could ever consider those attractive by human beauty standards, unless you like giant coral covered
Hey,
things
don't
that
look
could
until
beat
you
you to
try
death. Yeah, true. Good point. But yeah, that basically burned through like an entire evening. But we can keep traveling again afterwards. You also didn't notice. You don't even know how the fuck that species reproduces. If it's bisexual dimorphism, though, like if there's two genders in their species, they all looked the same. So either they don't produce via like sex, or it was all one gender. The reason I bring that up is because if you just sent a like population that can reproduce itself of an entirely new species into the waters of Valeros, that would be pretty bad. But hopefully they can't.
Wait, you think we didn't think of that?
I don't think you thought of that. Yeah.
That's why I
think-
secretly neutered
Wait, you
all of
think-
them.
I was gonna say, wait. Do you think I was gonna let them actually get to the ocean? I'm immediately sending a sending to Kato and telling him that they're coming down that river and they should be interrupted and killed.
Are you?
Yes.
That was your 25-word message.
Um,
Dang. I was gonna have an ocean army. Oh well.
bro, if they can reproduce, they might have had Mithdosica. Okay, we're not ready for that kind of conflict.
No. You kill their leader and then you're the leader.
That's only how
So is
trolls
that
work.
how that
That's
works?
literally only
Yeah,
how trolls
no.
work.
That's how they work also.
Yeah, this is not Russian,
Okay.
right? Okay, so I'm gonna send a message to Kato that says, encountered water humanoids. About 60. armed and intelligent. Don't speak human language. Traveling along, what's the river called?
The Don.
Sedan River towards ocean.
Okay, the reply will come. Thank you. I'll have a sentry dispatched, perhaps 2 or 3, and make sure none of them reach the open ocean.
Oh yeah, also say no spellcasters. I'll notify.
Sure, that doesn't change the...
Yeah, of course it doesn't, but it might be relevant.
True. Yeah, those people are going to be fucking massacred. The Kato doesn't even question like the motive of genociding this random fish people. To him, it's like, yeah, of course we kill all of them. Yeah. Also, by the way, just a really small note, Corvus, which I think only occurs to you. You know, you guys are like traveling for the next day, so we'll do that in a second. But I think it occurs to you. They said that they had the same moons as your plane. Which is pretty weird because that is not true for like the elemental planes, for instance. There's not a ton of research on the elemental planes, but people like Aurelius, for instance, have actually gone to those.
Wait, but that means that how can they have the same moons if
That would
we're
mean
assuming that
they're from the
that's
material
not-
plane.
Either that or the material plane and the elemental planes are actually like overlaid like planarly and aren't like stellar bodies, like the leading theory suggests.
Could be either of those. But if they're from
Either
the
way, that's
material
important
plane,
information.
that could mean a couple of things. Could be beyond the mist wall, could be within the mist wall, and just from some weird fucking area you guys have never seen before. Either way. Some food for thought.
By the way, I'm not
Okay.
even letting the rest of the party know that I've sent them into their death.
Yeah. That's
I didn't want to
Dude,
upset.
I would have loved that. Why did you tell me? I would've-
Yeah, but Granny would be really upset.
because they proved very reasonable. Okay, let's get -5 rations. Let's get a D100, and then we'll have. I think it was Blake was moving the. No, Blake was rolling.
I was moving.
Corvus is yeah. Okay. All right, move
Do you
to.
want to catch me up real quick?
We're
30
scouting.
seconds.
We're scouting
scouting.
around the tip to before we raid it.
The tip?
The tip, you know.
Yeah,
The mountain?
Southern Glacier.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
We met up with Dogheart and Aurelius, and they're going around the other side.
Oh, okay, so they were far more pleasant this go around.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, Dogheart wasn't an asshole because he wasn't in complete maniac war mode, like in the Galentine
Incredible.
Wars. Yeah, who would have thought someone can be normal, not on a battlefield? And yeah, Aurelius was Aurelius.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All right. You can move 2 tiles, Hecko. Pause, champ. Hecko?
Sorry, I was grabbing something.
Oh, well, you can move 2 tiles. All right. As you guys are walking today, you're walking near the glacier, and a snowfall begins. You're kind of like near enough to the glacier that there is like a slight, like you're getting higher in elevation, and so you get past the snow line. Snow starts to fall down. And I think it's probably Grania who has the highest passive perception. You notice that on a nearby mountainside, you see this like thing kind of sticking out of the snow. And it's as you trace its figure that you realize kind of laying against like a cliffside of a mountain is a skeleton. The head is about 60 feet tall. The body and the femur and the bones, basically this massive skeleton splayed across this mountain. The skull has been like punctured to this cliff face by a massive like piece of stone, and the skeleton in height is about 300 feet. And the reason why the rest of the party doesn't notice it is because it's it's like molded with the terrain. Like this has been here for a very, very long time. There are areas where there's overgrowth on it, lots of areas where it's been snowed on, areas where it just looks like a part of the terrain. It's only when you see the skull and then you start to like recreate the rest of it that you realize there is a 300-foot giant skeleton against the cliff face here. Humanoid shaped, yeah.
Okay. So I was presumably a giant.
Was.
Is this one of the landmarks that the hunters talked about?
It is not current. It wasn't listed by Cato. So presumably not.
Okay. Wild question. Is it possible to like animate this thing into a skeleton? Like a necromantic skeleton? Holy shit, could you imagine?
Now, necromantic magic's, of course, I mean, you guys are in a valley, so like half a mile away. But I mean, theoretically, but the thing is, necromantic magic scales based on the size of the creature, which is why the undead giant of Khalil was like the only creature he could even hold together at once. So doing something like this would require, you know, disgustingly powerful necromancy. Yeah. Realistically impossible.
Yeah, I was just thinking, holy shit, that would be crazy.
It would be pretty crazy.
The dead would got their hands on this shit.
It would be pretty crazy. But yeah, Grania, you spot it.
Oh, what?
The giant skeleton?
What? Go.
Sorry, I was kind of zoned out.
That'd go. Well,
the queue isn't even moving.
It's about to. It's 4 minutes.
Clueless. Alrighty. Well, so far, nothing has come to kill us in the mountains yet. So I guess let's move into the next day of travel. -5 rations.
Are you trolling me? I'm confused. What's happening?
No, I explained the whole thing, but I'm not going to re-explain it. It was like a 5-minute explanation.
I just mean like
there's a gigantic humanoid skeleton that's like ingrown to the side of the mountain. Probably been there for a long, long time.
Oh, I don't care. A lot of weird stuff going on in the mountains. That's stuff we should just ignore.
Powerful, of course.
Very cool. Okay, yeah, feel free to move by 2, Hecko.
I thought you were just pranking me to see if I was paying attention.
Where exactly is the peak?
Heaven's Tip?
Yeah.
It's to your north, further north up here.
Oh, so we should already be going towards that then?
No?
I'm sorry, we're supposed to circumnavigate first entirely, and then?
And then go to a place called Hylos Alarum and meet up with the other 2.
Which is where?
It's marked on your map. It's to the east.
It's that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
That's all right. As you guys walk through the mountains, as you enter this tile, so at about 1 in the afternoon, as you enter this next valley, preparing to cross it and go to the one after, you guys all notice that there is this feeling of being watched. I think it's familiar to all of you because you have all been through the Green Rider arc. And it reminds you of when you were in the Bramble Patch, which I actually don't think Corvus was there for. I think that was still Severus.
That was still Severus, yeah.
Yeah. For everyone else, though, when you were in the Bramble Patch, which was like a very Fey-ish area, there was this constant feeling of being watched, and I think that's what it reminds you of. But when you look around, there's no obvious signs of Fey shit. And then, as you are kind of feeling this about you, Primius, you sniff the air and notice that this entire valley to you smells rotten.
We're surrounded. This is Faye.
You guys look around.
The Raven up to see for any obvious movements.
Yeah, you send the Raven up. You look around. You see squirrels and trees and birds and.
Wait, I guess I'll use a divine sense to get it more accurate.
Yeah. there is desecration within 60 feet and right next to you and all around you, in fact.
Isn't that a valley?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it more like an aura? Sorry. Is it more like an aura emanating from a central point, or?
Well, in the 60 feet that he has available to him, the stench is pretty consistent.
Is it more consistent in a direction, or is it just like...
Nope, that'd not be consistent. That'd be a gradient.
Right.
It's just
My
consistent.
bad.
That's fine.
Listen here, you little shit.
Well, I'll start walking around, seeing if I can find something.
Yeah, I think so. How long do divine senses last for any length of time, or is it just like a quick pulse?
I'll put it in chat.
Yeah, it's a quick pulse. Okay.
Till the end of your next turn, yeah.
Well... Fuck, I didn't prepare it. Never mind.
Gulp.
No.
Gulp.
At least you remember your preparation cast now.
True.
Got it.
So what is your plan? Are you gonna walk a certain distance and then pulse, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
Sure. East, north, or south? Because you're entering from the west.
South.
Okay. You walk south, kind of having the party trail behind you, looking around for sources, signs of anything. You pulse again. It's the same distance. It's like the same aura. Hasn't changed at all.
All right, I guess I'll go back to where we started and I'll walk north.
Okay. You pulse. Same thing.
How many of these do you have?
Could be 5. Or no, 6. Right?
Hold on. 1 plus modifier, charisma modifier. No, it's 4.
Oh. Well, then
And
you use
so-
3.
Elriz.
Well, I used 1. I used 1 randomly on those fish people, so I have none.
So you're all out.
Alright.
Based. Okay, well then. Yeah, it's a desecrated valley.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me read the hollow spell.
Monka.
Oh god. I think you're gonna need a bit more for a valley. How about a flood of divine water?
Me as fuck.
Well, while he's looking at that, Corvus, Maximus, Zednius, and Grania, the 4 of you have been getting dragged along by Primius through this valley, and he's telling you it's desecrated, but you haven't really found any signs of things that are.
Mom!
Yeah, you guys haven't found signs that anything is off. Do you have your own tests to run to try to determine if anything's even weird about this place, or are we just moving on?
Nothing
Continuing
besides
eastward.
detect magic.
I look
We can
with my
magic eyes.
eyeballs.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
Okay,
actually.
let's get a
It's
perception check
genius.
as you look with your eyeballs.
Sort of prodigy,
All right, I will roll an eyeball check.
my favorite.
Is the ground
That's
still
okay,
there?
yeah.
On it?
My peeper check.
24.
Is the ground still wet, Dodo?
Nothing.
Okay. You fly up and with a 24 in perception, look out along the length of the valley, and you do notice, Maximus, that with this bird's eye view, there is a small copse of trees, it's like 20 of them, that are dead near the eastern edge of the valley.
All right, then.
They're not like burned, they're just dead.
Kinda
Leafless
like,
trees.
Do they look... Well, I imagine they would look kind of like the Deadwood.
Yeah, one
No
could say
way.
that. Actually, yeah, that's a very good approximation.
Okay, I'll fly down.
Yeah, you fly
Um,
down.
There's Deadwood over yonder.
I'll start running.
Like what? Actual deadwood?
He starts to sprint as you're like mid-conversation.
It is wood that is dead, and it really looks like what the Deadwood looked like.
I know what the dead looked like there. I served there for 2 years. Jesus. Okay, yeah, we're checking that out.
Yeah,
right
it
now.
looks like that.
Okay.
I
Served
did-
there for 2 years? The fuck? We're gonna gloss over that?
I served. Yeah, I served there. My initial 2 years as a fresh mage to burn back the deadwood for 2 years.
So,
Oh,
Quite-
you weren't
quite a-
physically in the Deadwood for 2 years. You
quite
were
a-
just
No,
against
no.
it. Okay.
Quite a routine appointment.
I was like,
Yeah, pretty much.
this
No,
guy's
no, I
been
wasn't
corrupt.
in the
being
Deadwood
in
for
the
2
Deadwood
years.
would be crazy.
I would probably not be here or sane or both.
Yeah, you guys begin to move at a rapid pace. Permeus kind of leading the party just because he set off first. There is basically, like, as you run forward, Permeus, the stench gets stronger, and then there's just like this switch that flips. You like cross this shallow little creek, and on one side, it's like, there's birds chirping, and there's squirrels running about, and there's all this stuff. And then you cross across the creek, and your entire vision grows monochromatic. A chill like takes roost deep in your body. You are cold, and when you look around, there is no life. There is no living trees, there's no living bushes, there's no birds, there's no squirrels, there's nothing. In fact, you don't even see your companions anymore. All around you is just a monochromatic dead world. And a moment later, Maximus, walks through basically rides through the creek on the Pegasus and appears beside you. And one by one, your party members catch up to you. And you all feel these effects, all color saturated from your vision, or desaturated from your vision.
How
I
big
like
is
my
this
television.
area?
It looks infinite, like from where you're at. The entire, like standing here on this side of the creek, in every direction, it is monochromatic as far as the eye can see.
Hold on. You touch a point, infuse an area around you with holy or unholy power. The area can have a radius. A spell fails if the radius includes an area already under the effects of a hollow spell. All right, so if this is a hollow spell, then it just does nothing. Well,
Yeah, I think this place feels very familiar. This feels like the corruption in the Ard Reach. It's this place of monochromatic emotions manifest, and the fluttering one recognizes it too, because he kind of like curls closer to your neck, and he'll like whisper, or he'll like go through your telepathic bond and say, "Grania."
She'll ask, yes.
It's like in the Reach. This is the corruption. How can it be in this place too?
She'll... There's been a lot of weird things coming from here from outside this realm. I wonder if the corruption's been teleported here too.
It's very dangerous. You must tell the others.
Tell them what?
It's dangerous. Then we must leave this place.
They're not gonna listen.
And we must leave this place. We have important work to do.
What if we can learn how to stop it while we're here?
Oh, Adia, this isn't wise.
I think it's worth the risk.
He'll just kind of curl against your neck, trembling.
we're gonna stay here for the night. There's work that needs.
We are?
I have a spell.
We have a different assignment.
And you need to be here all night for it?
Yes, it takes 24 hours.
Oh, so not just all night, but all day tomorrow as well. I can confer with Aurelius if you want me to. Let him know.
It's quite alright.
Sus,
Is that yes or no?
Yeah, it's a yes.
Okay. I guess I'll send a sending to Aurelius.
Roll a D100.
Hmm?
Roll a D100.
Alright, he's in his motherfucking demiplane. Motherfucker. 36.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you cast this spell, and when the connection reaches out and it finally makes contact with Aurelius, it feels like it's moving through molasses. Like your thoughts almost feel impeded by the nature of the connection, but it does connect. It's just in a way that you've never had this spell work before. So you get 15 words.
Oh, okay. I'll say. Found intensely desecrated area similar to Deadwood. Intending to spend an entire 24 hours here.
Is that the whole message?
I believe that's 15 words, yeah.
The reply will come. Where are you in relation to Hylo Solarium?
Yep, I would have liked to have said that, but 15 words, fuck me.
Oh yeah, you'd have to cast Sending again.
Fuck, my fireball slots. I'm just joking. They're my sending slots, I'll just do it again.
Alright, roll D100.
Another D100, yep. Coming right up. 41.
Okay, once again, sluggish 15 words.
We're about a day's travel west and a little bit south. This area is with endless monochromatic vision.
During our scouting of the mountains, we uncovered an elven construct. We defeated it. We will regroup with you after Hylo Solarium.
Okay. I'll relay this to Primus.
I'll nod, and I will begin casting. Well, I'll get a little further in, and I'll start casting Hollow.
Well, what's a little further in mean?
Well, I don't know.
Can you post the Hallow spell? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't have it on me because it's not in my spell sheet, but I have a scroll.
Oh, right. I guess this takes precedence over one corpse.
There, that's what it says.
While you're reading that, Maximus, the Pegasus beneath you is starting to fidget.
What?
Starting to fidget.
You know what? Hey, I've spent my entire life around normal animals.
Yeah.
I know how to calm down a fidgeting horse.
Does it not concern you that your inhuman Pegasus is starting to develop normal horse traits?
I would imagine it has something. Hey, Primius.
What's up?
The Pegasus is starting to act like a horse.
The horse is here.
So true.
Why is it doing that?
The homunculus yearns to live, I guess. I'm not sure. It was summoned out of Immaterium by Aurelian Soul through me.
So it shouldn't have emotions. Right?
Well, perhaps it's has a reaction to the desecration. I mean,
Begins
these
to
are
fidget
things
more rapidly.
that are at odds.
Mickey made it through the entire Deadwood. Alright, this animal can handle it. I'll try and calm him down.
Yeah, roll an animal handling check. You
26.
use all the horse calming tactics. You pet its mane, you whisper in its ear, you try to give it a sugar cube. It responds to nothing. It begins to vibrate hard enough that even with your magical saddle, it's starting to toss you a little bit side to side.
I'm gonna take this thing out, or it's gonna somehow throw me despite the saddle. I'll be back.
Yeah, you ride back over the creek, and instantly all vibrations stop. You can't see any of your compatriots, by the way.
How far did I go?
Nowhere. You went right across the little creek. That's like 4 feet.
I'm gonna stick my head back across, just yeah. my head, basically.
It's a
across the
very
creek.
hard dividing line that runs right along the edge of this creek, and so you can kind of stick your head through and see Prometheus is setting up his scroll, setting up like little incense, and getting his whole little ritual ready.
Well, I mean,
I'll stick my head back out.
before I started, is there like a point of origin within this point of origin?
You could go look for it, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay. Are you bringing anyone else
go
along?
with them. I was gonna say we shouldn't travel alone in this area, no.
Nope, we should not.
Okay, so Grania, Zednius, Corvus, Permeus are all venturing deeper while Maximus sits outside with the horse.
Oh,
Well, no,
I'll,
I thought it was just me and Premius venturing a bit deeper.
Well, we should all go. We shouldn't be splitting the party.
I'll leave the horse.
Okay.
So the
Or the
divine
Pegasus, I
spirit,
suppose.
the divine spirit of this horse is telling us to get out of here. Alright.
Okay,
Grania's
then
gonna
the...
look more visibly nervous than she probably ever does, and say, "I don't think we should go any further if we can help it."
Well,
I'm gonna have to agree with Grania on this one. Why don't you just do your spell here and call it good?
Because it has to be
Because
centered
I
on a
need-
point.
it has to be centered on the point of which it is created.
You were just about to do it right here.
Well, I rethought about my decision.
Okay, whoopsie.
You know I don't know a lot about magic, but I've picked up quite a bit. I think you're lying to me.
Why?
Good.
Well, Primius, you have a certain tendency to get fixated on certain aspects of this adventure that may not need to get fixated on. It seems like you have a solution that can be solved right here at this exact spot, and for some reason you want to go farther into the area that is making a homunculus, as you put it, have emotions.
You are being clouded by fear, and you should stop doing that.
Were you in the Deadwood?
Yes.
When?
Around about 2 years ago. I was similar time as you, but I was a different patrol.
How far into the Deadwood did you go?
Well, see, I didn't go that far into Premius's character to write enough of that, so I'm not sure. Let's ask Alex.
Well, that's
Well, you
the
fought
fun
in the
bit
Galentine War. Yeah, so you can just... I mean, the Galentine War, there was an expedition actually sent for Fort Calrule itself. They just, never... It did not succeed on that. So, I mean, you could have been with those guys, or you could have just, poked your head into the woods, or you could have just never been inside at all and only fought at, like, the major battlefields, like Faria and stuff like that.
Yeah. I was one of the survivors of the failed siege.
So you should know better.
I have the ability to do what others cannot, and I need to use that to do what I should.
Okay, he cooked you as well.
Rania, you remember that the last time you were exposed to the corruption, emotions like this seem to almost manifest in physically. And so you look towards, like, the shadows, the recesses, as this argument begins to percolate, and you can see over in the shadow of a tree a little pool of boiling blood.
Grania is going to try her best to get everyone's attention.
I'll look
Yeah.
over.
There's something coming from over there.
I'll look over there.
Yeah, you see a about 3 foot by 3 foot pile of boiling blood. It doesn't have a color, because obviously everything here is monochromatic, including each other. So it just looks like dark gray, but it has the kind of viscosity of blood as it bubbles.
Huh. Where the hell did that come from?
Granny's gonna look a lot
is
more
slowly
nervous than
beginning to
before and
fade.
say, we should leave. We should leave right now.
Stay calm, and you will not be affected.
You're the one that's being irrational.
You are the ones that are freaking out. I'm calm.
And I'm so calm.
She'll sign back. You haven't seen what this stuff can do.
I've seen more
Bubbling
than you
starts to
have.
grow more intense.
Have you, Grania? What do you
Sure.
know?
Destroyed my home.
Oh.
Like this, it was all monochromatic and that stuff appeared and it looked like this?
She'll nod and say, yes, we should leave then. We should leave right now, right now.
Is this more powerful than the Deadwood? Like the Deadwood we have in Mythdosia?
She'll nod rapidly.
Deuces.
Yeah, let's get out of
You
here.
ride across the little creek and bounce the fuck out.
Let's wait. At least wait for Aurelius and Dogheart. They're coming to here.
I mean, Max has already popped over the creek. He's gone.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's just wait at the edge for them.
I'll wait on this side of the edge, thank you.
I don't care what. Yeah, on the outside of, obviously. Why would you wait on the inside on the edge? That's stupid.
Whoops, I'm outside, I can't hear you.
Huh? He got me. He cooked me.
All right.
Fuck.
Yeah, it sounds like Primius one by one you watch as Corvus and then Grania and presumably Zednius cross over the boundary, and it's just you. You can still go and look for the origin point.
No, I'll wait, but Permeus buttons have been pushed for a long time, a long time now of people cowarding out of these things.
You can go look
No.
for it, man. Just go do it.
Go do it.
Yeah, good
No,
luck.
I'll wait the day.
It's gonna take them way more than a day to get to you guys.
No.
You want to go find the point of origin then?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Okay, well then you guys begin to you guys take rest in this tile. And that evening obviously very
Tiny
little
hut and
happens.
very
in
much watches.
Yeah, so in this desecrated valley, not like no creatures come out. In fact, you haven't seen any creatures even within that place. That's part of what makes it unnerving. There's no monsters waiting to instantly rip you apart. Not in that
What
way,
happens if
anyways.
like a squirrel or something crosses over?
They disappear?
Oh,
Oh, sorry, you mean the boundary?
yeah.
Oh no. When you're on this side of the creek, that whole section of wood looks normal. Like you can see birds flitting through the branches and squirrels running about, and yeah.
Oh, that's devious.
Wait, I'm gonna fly up a little bit.
Yeah.
You said I saw it from the air before.
No. I said there are 10 trees that were like corrupted. So when you guys cross that creek, it looks like the entire world, everything in every direction is like deadwood, basically. But when you're here, even flying up in the air, there's like 10 dead trees at the center of this grove, and that's like literally hundreds and hundreds of feet away from the creek that you guys crossed, which then transformed everything. Everything else looks normal.
I'll fly back down.
Sure.
Primius,
Yes.
I think I know where the center is.
All right.
If I fly up, I can see about 10 trees. Like, I can see them that they're dead. About a few hundred feet direct that way. I'll point towards it. I'm gonna guess because I can see them, that's probably the center.
It's a good guess.
You could, if you wanted to, take the Pegasus, go have a closer look at those 10 dead ones. Give you at least an idea of what we're dealing with without you having to tromp there all by yourself.
I'll do that when Aurelius and Dogheart get here. And if you choose to walk away after that, then I will do that myself.
All right then.
Well, if we're just keeping this tight, then that evening, everyone needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
+3. +3.
Is that facts, Alex?
Is what facts you screaming?
No.
Yes.
That is facts,
You have-
yeah.
You have a +3 because you're within 10 feet of me.
Okie dokie.
Did you get
Boop.
+3, Corbus?
I don't think his +3 is gonna help me.
I don't think my +3 is in there
That needs
yet.
a wisdom save.
13.
Alrighty, so Grania and Maximus, the two of you
Oh.
take 3 psychic damage, and that's all for now. The rest of you awaken screaming, and do not get a short rest and gain a level of exhaustion.
Do you mean Maximus also get that or no? Because we took
No.
the damage. Oh, okay.
In fact, you guys are both still asleep.
Based.
So,
they wake up?
No. So, Primius, you awaken at about 2 in the morning. You can't remember exactly what it was, but you just awaken, like, screaming, and you look and see Zednius and Corvus are both awake, also panting, also in a state of, like, immense freak out, unsure of what awoke them.
I'll look at the group, and I'll look to Maximus. Who is keeping watch at this time?
Probably would have been, like, Corvus, probably.
Corvus was also okay. I'll look to what happened.
Monsters.
Oh no.
Were
I
you
noticed
asleep too?
anything. No, I was taking watch.
Are Granny and Maximus waking up?
No.
I'll shake Maximus.
Maximus wakes up.
Is it my watch? That
No.
doesn't seem right. Oh. Then why am I awake?
Just making sure you're alive.
I have a bit of a headache, now that I think about it, but that's about it. Ow.
No.
Ethan in real life has a foot cramp.
Well, as you close your eyes again, Maximus, and you try to go back to sleep, you remember you had, like, really weird dreams. You don't often remember. I mean, when you first wake up, you remember your dreams, but then they start to fade. But you've had times in your life where you think you've had religious epiphanies, and those dreams stick with you for years. And last night, you had a dream of being tortured. It's weird, too, because, like, you weren't scared when you woke up. You're just like, huh. That was really strange. You were in, like, this place, and there is this, like, tall, kind of, like, black, not, like, black in the skin, like skin tone, but, like void, like, just an absence of, this, like, black humanoid that was torturing you. And it's so weird, because even remembering the dream, it doesn't even seem like a nightmare. It's just kind of happening. I think that strikes you as really fucking weird.
Primius?
Yeah.
You ever had what are they called? Like a vision of the future in
Yeah,
your sleep or
premonition?
something? Yeah, that right there. Yeah.
No, I only have one dream.
Is it you burning alive?
Yeah, you got me.
Jesus.
Yeah, I suppose that's the opposite of a premonition. Do you know what they look like, though? Like people told you or something?
I can infer what a premonition looks like, yeah.
It was like a dream, but, well, I was getting tortured by this void creature. And I didn't wake up scared or anything. Not like a nightmare.
Does this sound familiar, Alex?
What?
I mean, like, do I remember the dream I was having, or is it just the same thing I've
Oh,
always
you don't
like,
remember a
dreamt
dream at
about?
all.
All right. Well, if it's only a premonition, if it has any sort of basis in reality, which it doesn't.
Well, one can get tortured. That is real. I don't know about void creatures, but if they were going to be real anywhere, this is the place they would be.
Well, that's why we got to do it, to make sure it doesn't happen.
All right, then. I'll roll over and go back to sleep.
No one is going to get the benefit of a short rest, even those who slept a full night, like Grania and Maximus. You are all going to gain a level of exhaustion, and when you awaken in the morning, the birds are chirping, the squirrels are running about, and the valley is lovely and nice.
Anyone else sleep a full night and not feel refreshed at all?
Yeah, I was wondering if there was something up with our rations or something.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I feel like I was up the whole night.
Honestly, you guys could all go for another 8 hours of sleep.
I'm not here.
I think we should keep moving and then do that.
Okay. You mean move out of the valley, sleep, and then walk back?
We can go to the meeting point with Aurelius and Dog Heart and
I like that idea.
hopefully get some rest there.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. It's 5 rations, D100.
D100 to T? Oh, yeah, that's totally fine. Smile.
Yes. His aren't based off of high or low.
Okay.
We got a
thunderstorm
one time.
rages
Intense.
through thunderstorm rages through the mountain range, and while it's an intense one, it doesn't actually stop you guys from traveling. So feel free to move 2 spaces. Oh, sorry, you're not even on the mount. Roll face. There you go. Feel free to move 2 spaces.
Yeah.
Mark that shit on our map!
Mark what?
Ah!
Oh, this thing? You want me to mark this on your map?
Yeah.
I like the other mark better.
That is flesh tone, dude. That's a flesh
Damn
tone
it.
ass mark. Okay. So, yeah. You guys make your way to Hyliosolarum. On the edge of a sheer cliff face, you guys find it. Basically, so, like, ascended above a valley on a sheer cliff face is a circular foundation of stone. Atop this foundation, there are, like, crumbling pillars, and mountain plants have begun to, like, start to colonize this ancient temple. It's very easy to find, too, because this was meant to be visible from all the surrounding valleys. So you guys, start to work up a series of switchbacks towards it. One of the walls of the once rectangular shaped temple has collapsed while the others still stand, and 3 of the still standing walls are decorated with mosaics that have chipped and faded with time. Currently, Dogheart is sitting on the steps of the temple. He's like decked out in his normal hunting gear, and Aurelius is inside of the temple looking at one of the mosaics. And as you all approach, Dogheart will stand up and say, "Aurelius, they're here." And Aurelius will walk over.
Don't sound too excited.
Aurelius will walk to the top of the steps and say, "Well, lovely identification time. Let's start with this." And he'll flash his eyes, which begin to glow with detect magic, and he'll walk over and begin to look you each up and down. He'll say, "All right then," and he'll reach down to his waist, pull out a dagger, and he'll prick. Before like Maximus can react, he'll prick your finger, and blood will start to roll down your finger. He says, "All right, you know the drill."
Yep. I'll slip my hand.
He'll prick Primius's finger. He'll prick Zednius's finger. He'll prick Corvus's finger.
Wait. Can I
to-
can I instead cast spells?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just not prick my finger and cast a cantrip.
All right. You cast a
Granny
cantrip.
over the same.
You also cast a cantrip. Zednia still got his finger pricked, Lamau. And Aurelius will nod and say, "Well, I thought you were staying put."
We would have, but we had a horrible night. I would say a horrible night's rest, but it wasn't really a rest.
I think that place fucks with your sleep.
Interesting. You said it was like the Deadwood.
Yeah.
I read something similar
Not
about this in a
quite.
place called Colonnade Tempestus in Hithon. It sounds as if we have ourselves a leak to Cred Galador.
Awesome.
All the more reason to close it now,
Oh,
while it's small.
I was unaware you had temporal conjuration portal closing abilities. That's quite high-level magic.
Oh,
I think he was going to hallow it because it's desecrated.
Ah. No. No, simple consecration is not enough to overcome the desecration of Cred Galador. It's sort of like a continuous corruption seeping from an open wound. It's closer to an infection or a corruption than it is anything else. Did you find the portal itself?
we think we know
That-
where
that-
it is.
We didn't physically find it because we were very wary of getting any further into the area.
Maximus did see some trees from a top bird's eye view, though.
Yeah, it's
That
like
might
when
have been the
you
center.
before you cross the barrier, the woods look normal, and then when you cross it, all the woods look messed up. But
That makes
when I was
sense.
outside of the barrier and I flew up, I could see some messed up woods from the air outside the barrier.
Yes, this is a class 3 rift. That would make sense.
How many classes are there?
10.
Oh, that doesn't sound so
No,
bad.
class 3, just so a level 1 rift would be a simple jagged portal between one plane and the next. Things can move through, but that's it. Tier 2 would be that it's a bit wider, creatures are now actively moving through, and some environmental effects. 3 would be the two planes begin to overlap across across a small area. And then 10 is total integration of the two planes.
I feel like you
10 would
skipped,
be like
skipped a,
cataclysmic.
Yes, I skipped
Skip
7
a few
steps,
numbers
but
there.
we're doing field exercise, not, field arcanology.
Fair enough.
Well, there is a known way to deal with these. It was pioneered by the Hethanian Church. We can set up a magic circle around it. It's an incredibly effective way of containing it. They also cost a fortune, though. So, I think the most effective way to do this would be... You look exhausted, so get a good night's sleep. Then return to the portal, take a look at it.
Shit.
I will need to acquire some material components, enough to make the magic circle around the entire length of the portal.
Also, I don't know if Kato communicated with you, or you did with him, but we ran into a group of creatures that were likely from the elemental plane of water.
Oh.
We opted into attempting to talk to them, and it actually went somewhat well. They didn't attack us.
You kill them?
No, we sent them to their deaths.
Oh.
We sent them down the river and let Kato know so the military can take care of them. There were 60 of them, and we weren't sure how powerful they were, and we thought we had more important things to do.
Well, I need to get.
Well, I
enough
guess at
to-
this point, no, I did just say that, so now Grania knows that I sent them to their death. Well,
Certainly
now
she
everybody
does.
knows that.
Yeah, certainly they all do. Aurelius will nod and say, "Well, then, I think I shall set up a magnificent mansion here. You can spend the night, get some rest.
I'll need to go refresh myself on how exactly they made the magic circle for Colony Tempestus. Just
one interesting factoid that I thought you might get a rise out of. They did
Sure.
say that they had the same moons where they came from than they did here.
the
Which,
fish
assuming they
people.
were from the which assuming they were from the elemental plane of water, would make no sense with the planar with the stellar body theory. No,
They could also just be wrong.
I suppose that's entirely possible. Maybe there was just two moons.
Incorrect. I believe it's
They didn't seem very
hypothesized that.
intelligent.
Which one is it? I think the elemental plane of Earth, air. I mean, the elemental plane of air is said to have 2 moons, I believe. I would not trust the astronomical knowledge of savages.
Though they did seem to know about other planes, even be familiar to some degree with the one of Earth.
All right, they're a bit more advanced than, well, at least most of the Northern Kingdoms, anyways.
All the spellcasters are dead, though.
All right then. Well, yes, I'll make the mansion. You can get a good night's rest. I need dimensions on the portal. Not its area of effect, but the portal itself. And then I'll be reading. So go there, go back. We'll get this sealed up, and then make our way back to Thulian.
Need exact dimensions or just a rough approximation?
Just rough dimensions. I believe, if I recall correctly, I have enough resources to make a magic circle 20 feet by 20 feet. If the portal's bigger than that, then... well, if the portal's bigger than that, we have bigger problems. But
I also have the spell. I can help.
Ah, excellent. Now, there are alterations made for the particular usage of it, but I see no reason why you couldn't be trained in it, other than perhaps a lack of arcane knowledge. But you know,
Does
if
that
you would
increase the size?
No, it doesn't increase the size. It no. The invention of the Hethanians was creating a magic circle which specifically prevented the essence of Cred Galador from spreading. Magic circle normally just prevents creatures from moving, but they essentially made it as a sort of planar blocking spell, sort of. Even though they just made basic modifications to magic circle. I'll have to go find them in my notes, but it should be enough to deal with it. I'd believe, but I still need an idea of how large we're dealing with.
Alex, how wide were the trees? Roughly.
Roughly,
Basically,
the
I
dead
need
trees.
bigger or smaller than 2 feet.
Bigger.
Okay, all right. More than you said 20 feet around or 20 feet wide?
It's 10-foot radius.
Oh yeah, you're gonna need more than that.
You have not looked upon the portal, you don't know.
Is that area not just the portal?
Well,
No,
it should just be
it's
the
not the
area that's
radius of
most
effect.
10 feet.
It's the entire valley, it sounds like, is under effect from what you describe. I mean, literally the portal. Like the jagged scar through space. That.
Oh. I see.
Let's get you some sleep. You all clearly need it. And
Huzzah.
he will summon a magnificent mansion. A door appears in thin air, and you guys will be able to eat and drink, and mostly that, and then instantly go to bed because you're utterly exhausted. You'll get a short rest, recovering your exhaustion, and you won't have to consume any rations.
You can use hit die. Yippee!
You can use hit dice, though. I don't think anyone lost any life because you haven't gotten any combat.
Well,
I did.
they
Excuse
You
you.
lost 3 life, bro. That's not
Well,
even
yeah,
a
so
single
obviously,
dice.
obviously.
you
I'm just
remember
gonna
when
fucking-
Xander was missing like 1 hit point and he got 1 shot because of that Otyug?
Yeah.
I also
Alright.
just have second wind, so.
True. Yeah, you also have healer kits and shit. Whatever. So you guys take a short rest. You also don't need to consume 5 rations today when you head out because that's all being dealt with by the Magnificent Mansion. Yeah.
I thought you said that shit didn't fill you up.
Well, I believe there's also real food in correct. The illusionary food doesn't, but I believe there is also real food in Magnificent Mansions.
Oh,
Let me go see.
Indeed. It's an extra dimensional space that remains consistent, so he could also have food in it. A 9-course banquet. Holy moly. That's crazy.
Do we get all 9 courses?
If you want them, yeah.
I absolutely want them. What a silly question.
Bigly. All right, let's get a D100 then to travel back to the valley. 16.
Maximus has acid reflux.
I thought
Maximus is going to Iran.
Oh, oh God!
No,
Too soon.
Way too soon.
It rains as you guys make your way across the mountains back to the valley. And as you walk into the valley, it's a beautiful, chirping day.
It is, huh?
Mm-hmm. And
It's
it's
a
raining,
chirping day.
But yeah, chirping, like birds.
Oh, other than the fact it's raining.
No, the rain makes it more beautiful.
It does, actually.
That's big
Checkmate,
facts.
liberal. So it's raining, and the birds are in the trees, and the squirrels are running about, and the valley is at peace.
They fly up.
You fly up?
Oh wait, we're not. Are we in the bad valley?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah.
guys
Do
walk
I
back.
see the trees?
Yeah.
Are there more of them?
No.
Oh, sick. Stick my head across the creek.
Okay. You, at the head of the party, stick your head across the creek, and the world goes monochromatic.
All right. Let's finish
Seems
what we
fine.
started.
Oh, we're just going to look at it right now, right? Not do anything about it.
I believe that was
Aurelius?
Yeah.
Aurelius isn't here, bro.
With us.
Aurelius is way back at Hylo Solarium researching the magic circle thing.
Right, he told us to look at what how big this thing is.
Yes, yeah, the side.
All right, let's go.
Okay, you guys begin.
I'll leave the Pegasus.
All of you, sans Michael, enter the monochromatic world and begin to walk forward. It rains here too. The trees are lifeless. The earth is even lifeless. It has like a gray color to it. Even looking at each other, like Zenius is normally quite a handsome fella, you know, high cheekbones, you know, kind of bronze skin. But in this like monochromatic world, he looks almost like ghoulish, you know, sunken eyes with like kind of black ringed. It's just it don't look right. it don't look right. Corvus too looks especially like gaunt and harrowing in this place.
I think Grania is going to be extremely apprehensive about entering in the first place, and then very, very nervous and jittery when she's here.
Yeah. As you guys walk, you see no life. Something that you notice during the Green Rider arc is that when there is like fey life in an area, it just like bustles. Like the Bramble Patch, for instance, you know, there's fey everywhere. Or like in the court of the Rageful Jester, you know, it's filled with life. This is like the antithesis to that. It is nothing. Eventually, you walk into a clearing, and you see, you know, more of these dead trees. And at the center of it is a tiny, jagged sliver floating in the air a few inches above the ground. It's about 3 feet high, and it's only about a foot wide. It's quite a narrow little gap in space.
Wow.
Should be
Is that
more
it?
than enough. Yes.
Oh. Alright then. He said he could deal with 10-foot radius, right?
20.
No, 10-foot radius, 10-foot
Radius. Yeah, 20-foot diameter.
I gotcha.
A voice comes from within like this clearing.
Hello there.
Oh god.
How's it going?
Well, that was startling.
We don't see a point of origin from this voice.
It seems to almost be radiating from out of the portal, but you can see through the portal. Like, you can see what's on the other side. It's more dead trees and dead shrubs and lack of life.
Don't engage with it. We've got what we came here for.
I just thought you would want to know that Doom is facing your little expedition. He knows you're coming, after all.
He being...
Well, the Beast of Hadliga is what you call him, anyways.
You're a servant of his?
No, playful
I've already
rival.
started walking back.
Sure. Corvus still lingers.
I'll quickly follow.
I guess I don't know. This percolates Premise a little.
That's what?
He said percolates.
Yeah, it intrigues him a little bit.
Either way, his response was that he's a playful rival.
A black dragon?
Playful rival. How did you hear Black Dragon from that?
I don't know. It's just a guess.
Playful rival, you say?
I could, of course, explain all the things I know about him and all that, but I suspect you guys all know quite a bit. The brave Mithdosian judges, marching up to the height of the heaven's tip, fighting him on his great master war. It would make a fantastic story. It's a shame it went so poorly.
Oh, do tell.
This one I'll give you for free. You're all going to march up there, onto that master ward. You're going to see these floating double doors, a demi-plane entrance. You'll think of endless stratagems. You're smart people. You'll have spells and wards and glyphs and all these ways to punish him when he appears from those doors. And then you'll begin to repair this master ward. But he'll appear above you. The cliff will be consumed in darkness, and you all die to throngs and throngs of summoned creatures. It's a pretty simple plan. He's not especially creative, even if he is quite old.
And you're an interested party, or just merely spectating?
Interested in a way, yes. As I said, me and him are no friends. We are rivals, in a sense. I say playful only because I cannot kill him and he cannot kill me. But it certainly advantages me if he were to be knocked down a peg, return to his captivity, or perhaps even die altogether.
May we know your name?
Yes, Entropy. It's the name that I use amongst you, Valorosian folk.
That's so
Oh.
romantic.
Is that the darkness creature that was in Limits of Man?
I will not answer this question.
It totally is.
Kill him.
Fuck him up!
Kill the disembodied voice. Kill it. Kill it.
He's kind of chill though.
Yeah, he is.
He'll say, obviously, you, Mithdosians have a particular cultural aversion to listening to strange prophecies from scary voices. Unless they have golden eyes, then you love that stuff. But if you'd like another piece of advice, I'm sure there's an exchange we could make.
Aim it at him,
I found it.
Well, don't close this portal.
Why not?
I like looking into your realm. It's interesting. You'll notice there are no people in these hills. There's no villages being erupted. There's no creatures spewing forth. That is at my will, I'll let you know. There are a great many creatures which would have wished to flee this place and come into yours. They love your warm bodies. But I keep it under wraps.
I'm afraid that's not really an option.
It is not as if it would be your empire's first deal with the devil.
How about we reconvene on this at a later date?
I'm afraid that will not work for me. I'm busy that day.
Well, I'm so sorry, but we're not at liberty to make these types of concessions right now.
Well, then I will say this. I do not know you in particular, Judge. But I can't punish Mithdosica, but I can punish you. In fact, you're within, 80 feet of this portal? That's more than close enough for quite a number of spells that I'm sure you're aware of. I could kill, maybe not everyone, but at least you.
But where would be the
shit.
fun on that? Instead of, but if you could just watch the Beast of Adelaide do that for you.
Why would I want him to have all the fun? And if you're planning on closing this portal anyways, I won't get to see his fall. So, why not take you out with me?
Because I'm beneath you.
No. This is the problem with many mortals. You think that you're very clever. You think you'll appeal to some ego, or something like that. But the truth is, my demands are simple. Leave the portal open. You say no, I'll kill you. Someone else will come along and close the portal, and your memory will be forgotten. Or, you leave it open.
Well,
I get to watch a couple of things, and we move along. Leave it for future generations to deal with. Go raise your children, and then in 60 or 70 years, you can die happy.
but how would you know that even if we did? You already said we're tricky ones, we're mortals, huh?
You break your promises all the time. There's a reason
Exactly.
one must prefer to work with Fae.
So what if we just told you we'd do it and then not do it? How you know?
Well, then it's easy to curse you.
Is it?
Certainly. Oath magic is real. I thought well, I've heard you Mithdosians have had a fair number of interactions with Fae lately. I thought you would have figured that out by now. I don't only offer the stick. I have the carrot, too. I don't have any future-seeing abilities, but the beast is not very clever.
What do I know about like Fae, like magic, about like essentially like forcing somebody into a deal? That's like entirely chill, right? As long as they
Forcing
make, like,
someone into
Fae
a deal?
It's like
Like,
saying
the whole
like if you
Fate
don't make
deal,
the
like,
promise,
promise.
then he'll kill you.
Like if I make it under duress, does that still count?
Unfortunately, yeah, 'cause you're still making the deal.
Ah,
Yeah.
lame.
Yeah.
Fortunately, you have counterspell, right?
Right?
Yeah, but I can't see him and he's not within 60 feet.
Early.
Well, presumably he is within 60 feet, elsewise he couldn't cast
He
the
said
spell on
80.
you. Yeah, true, I guess that's true. Yeah, true. Well, Maximus, Grania, the two of you left, so you guys are like fully outside the... You're back in the material plane now. You guys are just vibing
Sick.
where birds are chirping and squirrels are running around.
Well, I do have Revivify.
For a lot of spells that
Well, you
prevent
might just-
Revivify.
Yeah, I don't feel like getting disintegrated. I could try to Dimension Door. But likely
Counter spell.
that is an option for him, yeah.
Unless you're not within 60 feet of the portal.
Yeah.
I don't think
He's
I-
within 60 feet. Actually, so when you guys walked up, you entered the clearing, so that would mean...
He said
is that-
80!
he said within 80 of him. Yeah.
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 He was
He can't. He can't counterspell. If Xenius, I'm sorry. If Corvus can't counterspell, neither can he. Is
I don't know why you think he can't counterspell. I don't know why you think any of these things.
If If he's invisible, then I can't counterspell him, but he could
Correct.
certainly counterspell
And
me.
he could counterspell you, yeah. Correct.
But if he's within 80 feet of us, then he can't counterspell us,
Correct.
assuming he's at exactly 80 feet. But he might, move closer or lie.
Those are options, yes.
Are indeed options.
What a conundrum you've gotten yourself in.
What's the deal he has to do?
Just not close the portal. Just agree to not close this portal.
Yeah, basically he's telling me either close the portal or kill me.
Well, and he'll give you some more information on the beast if you don't close it.
I really don't want to. This is like the fucking Aboleth all over again. Why
Well,
am I
this
always
guy
the one getting
can't force you
fucked?
as much as the Aboleth could.
What? Yeah, he can. He can kill me.
Well,
Like a
you,
moment's
but not the
notice.
party.
True.
Yeah, but
The
I don't
Aboleth was
care
able to
that
like
much
melt the
about-
entire party's brain remotely with psychic damage, whereas
Yeah, but
this
like I don't
seems
think
a
that's
bit.
a huge difference to me.
Maybe. I guess for you, it's not a difference. Yeah, considering two of your party
either
members
way,
are already
I
out, it's
fucking
quite different for
die.
the party.
Yeah. I think at this, Premius also starts walking.
Damn. Damn, your whole party's abandoning you, Corvus. That's crazy.
See, we did it when the creepy voice just showed up. Blake did it after he learned the creepy voice was gonna kill him.
True.
Or kill Corvus at least.
What if I
Just-
sweeten the deal a bit more? I could offer you a spell. You wizards love that, don't you?
Okay, who's still here?
It's just Zednius, you and Zednius.
You can. Okay, Zednius,
Yep,
leave.
I'm leaving.
Well,
All right.
just you.
Instead of a spell, you say you offer knowledge, right? That's the
Absolutely.
main thing.
It's not. Well, I can offer many things, but I thought knowledge most appealed to you. I could replace one of your arms with a different limb, but that doesn't seem quite up your alley.
I'm making a deal with a devil.
I'm not a demon.
He did
That's
refer
a
to
lie.
himself as the devil.
I'm sorry,
not long
Faye.
ago.
Faye.
I'm
You
not
said
Fae
deal
either.
with a
That's
I'm so
rude.
sorry. I just simply do not know what you are. You're entropy.
I'm a Nightborn.
Making it
You know Nightborn. I know
I
your people haven't
unfortunately
used that
don't.
classification in millennia. It's okay. It's an inside joke.
Yeah.
Got you good.
Well, I'm way too young to understand.
The dwarves would have loved it.
I'm sure they would have if they were still around.
This guy's hilarious.
So,
Well, do you want a spell?
what type of spell would you be offering?
Well, admittedly, my magic doesn't work the same as yours, so I can't give you one of those. But there was a whole city I devoured a couple of years ago that had all sorts of spell books in it. I could just vomit its whole inventory at you, about 15 or so.
All for not closing this portal?
Indeed. And obviously, I'm not delusional. I know that there are other members of your empire who may attempt to close it, but when they come, I can make similar deals with them.
Think you got yourself a deal?
And you'll see he was actually standing basically at the entrance of the portal the entire time, and he was invisible. His form appears, and it is a jet black, inky figure about 25 feet tall, so way past where this sliver only barely reveals his featureless face that was like crouched down to loom inside of it. He will then say, "Well, good to see you face to face. You humans are always so rugged."
It's a rustic charm.
Something like that. A bit fleshy. And then he'll reach out, and you watch as he uses what is clearly not that far from your type of magic. Like there's a verbal component, though it kind of like it's like a humming noise rather than his lips moving, obviously, because he doesn't have lips. He makes a gesture of a hand, and then he reaches out of like this kind of tiny little dimensional space in the air near his hand. It's quite small. It doesn't seem bigger than like a handbag. And he pulls out 2 books, and then he'll stretch his arm, which is exceedingly long, through the portal about halfway to where you are. It holds the 2 tomes.
Ribbozo.
Wait, I've just said I made a deal, right? But I never said my name or anything, right?
No.
Okay.
Wouldn't that only work if he was a fae?
Right. I guess I don't know how nightclub deals work.
Nightclub.
Night something. I don't know, man. I don't!
Does he know?
What's to stop us from closing the portal? Besides Corvus? Is Corvus the only one that can?
No. You guys can. Hell, Aurelius can.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the spellbooks.
They are both clearly Hethanian spellbooks. Like, these are not
Hethanian.
things he wrote. These are written in common in the Hethanian dialect. Like, these are very clearly just from, like, recent, too. Like, these are not old, ancient books. These are just from Colonnade Tempestus not that long ago.
Are you not going to ask him why he only gave you 2?
I was about to say. I said you said something about a whole inventory.
Yes, I could go recover the rest.
I'd like that.
All right, watch this portal for me. Make sure nothing sneaks through.
How long are you going to take?
I'm strange. We'll see. And he'll pull his arm back into the portal and walk off silently.
After about like 20 minutes, I'm coming back.
Okay. Well, yeah, so cutting back to the outside, the 4 of you guys have gone into the back into the material plane. Maximus, Zednius, Grania, and Premius, the 4 of you are just like back in the real world, and Corvus has not come out. It's been like almost 15, 20 minutes.
Did we go check on him?
Granny will sign the word. Deserved.
He was offered a deal he couldn't refuse. Let's at least give him the option of deniability on our parts.
What now?
What?
Well, my thought process is, let's at least...
that we didn't hear the deal. So.
We didn't hear the deal. Yeah, so we should at least give him...
What I'm saying is that
of not knowing if he did.
Reaction was because we didn't know there was a deal at all. We weren't there for that. So when
Me and Grania weren't there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
He was kind of held at gunpoint. Wow.
What? Like that? Like that other thing did. Took over our brains and whatnot.
Yeah, but this time it doesn't affect us.
Did it take over his brain?
Well, didn't take over his brain, but I'll say it didn't give him a whole lot of options.
Granny will sign. If we were all able to walk away, he could have too. But he chose to stay, and that's why he's in this mess.
You're not wrong about that,
Maybe
Granny.
he'll get a good deal.
Yeah, maybe the horror beyond our comprehension will be nice for some reason.
Stranger things have happened. And I'll touch my sword.
You instantly hear
Kill, I want to kill.
Alex, I do have a bit of a hard
Sure.
stop today.
Well, yeah, last thing is, Corvus, you are near this portal, and you see movement inside of the portal. It is not entropy. It is a little creature. It's horrifying. The little creature has a long red nose with a red beak and little four limbs, and it's just hopping over to the portal with a little bloody sword.
Aww.
It hops kind of like a bunny.
Can we keep him?
Is that a red cap?
Yes.
Oh, that's a
That's
magic
what it
card.
says.
That's bloody red cap. I run him in one of my decks. Let's fucking go! Murderous red cap has persist.
This little creature
Comes
is
back.
hopping towards you, Corvus, from the other side of the portal.
He has persist. It can come back with a -1/-1 counter.
Oh wait.
I'm gonna. If he crosses into this side of the portal,
Yeah, he hops over while you're watching.
Explode him.
is he coming for me?
Yeah.
Explode him.
I'm gonna cast a firebolt at him,
Okay, roll an attack.
but I'm gonna intentionally miss. You know, like,
Okay,
I wanna,
it hits
like
the
a
ground
warning
near him,
shot.
and the little creature lowers, like, his little hands reach up and lowers down his mask. He looks at you with a mouthful of serrated teeth and screams full volume and starts to sprint at you.
I'd hit him
this
for real
now,
this time.
No, you can roll another firebolt if you want.
Right, yeah, I will.
Yeah. You fire a firebolt, make an attack.
There.
All right, it strikes the creature and it dies. It just falls backwards and just like smoke kind of curls off its body.
Okay, I was really worried for a second because I had no idea how powerful this was gonna be. I was like, oh fuck. Did I get into myself into something really bad? Like even worse? While waiting for my deal with the devil to succeed?
Actually get stronger every spell you shoot to it. Multiplicator.
That'd be
And
funny.
finally, after you're not quite sure how long really, the entropy's form refills the portal, and he has in one of his hands he's holding an entire stack. You're like, it's almost like there's no wind where he's from, because like that was a very precarious stack he was carrying, and yet he had no trouble with it. And he extends his arm through the portal holding the stack, and he says,
Oh, seems as if you met some of the local wildlife.
Yes, charming, aren't they?
No, they're wretched, but they make for good toys.
See.
That's the rest of them. Scribbled old tomes. Well, not even the elves' scribbled old tomes were good. These are scribbled useless tomes, but something in there I'm sure will be useful for you.
and he will then retract his arm, and he says,
Now run along, go read those books of yours. And
Okay,
spread
so
the
how many
news.
tomes did he hand over?
He gave you a total stack of 23.
What about
different
the
spell
info?
All
books.
of those spell books?
Yeah.
So,
There's
wait,
23
what is the
level
place?
2 wizard
place that
spell
from?
books.
Hathan.
How do you spell that?
Hathan.
Athanian would be the correct word?
Yeah.
Okay, Athanian spell books. 23?
Yeah.
And each way...
2
3
pounds.
pounds. Oh, God. Oh, 2 pounds. I am very encumbered.
Yeah. Yeah, you're carrying almost 40 pounds of books.
I guess I'll, like, slowly carry them out.
Okay.
What about the info Entropy said he'd give?
Kinda...
He took the alternative bribe. He chose the spell book bribe instead.
I'll, like, kind of, like... I guess during... can you give me, like, it will be pretty fast to find out what's in these, right?
Well, we'll get there. You exit the, you walk across the creek and instantly reappear. You see the other 4 judges looking, well, varying degrees of concerned. I'd say Zednius is the most concerned. The other 3 are like, eh. But yeah, Corvus is back and he's holding a giant stack of books.
Yeah, you got quite the haul there.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to close the portal.
I'll
In fact, I believe the exact
I'll
words were,
offer...
"We're not gonna close the portal," but we is very general. So from now on, if you're planning anything about the portal, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Okay.
Do you want a
do you wanna-
T-shirt that I got threatened with death and all I got were these lame books?
Oh yeah, I think I'll have that stitched on the tunic.
Oh, okay
you
then.
want to put
There's spell
those
books,
in the bag?
if you'll allow me.
Okay. I don't think all of them will fit, but enough to make you not encumbered will fit.
Yeah, so the 23 spell books.
Okay.
Let's
And
see.
the
Well,
last
let me. 22 you said, so 44 pounds. Okay.
the last thing we'll do before we wrap up the session is the unique spells, because there is a whole bunch of repeats in there, overwhelmingly actually, but there are 4 spells that you don't already have. There is
Oh, only 4.
Byron's Scorcher, Georg's Secret Chest, Valentine's Faithful Hound. No, sorry, Casimir's Hand, not Valentine's Faithful Hound. Casimir's Hand and Wraithworm. Oh, and then one more. Let me go find it. It's I think it's called Wrist Pocket is what I think it's called, but I have to go double check that.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Wrist Pocket. That is what I was thinking of, yeah. Those are the 5 spells that are unique to that one.
Did Crab have wrist pocket?
Maybe.
Is that what he used to disappear the potion?
Yeah, he had Wrist Pocket. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, you can add, you can't add those to your thing, but those are inside of the 23 books. The rest of them are all staple spells, like Shield and Fireball and shit. Okay, then with that, we'll be back next time to reunite with Aurelius and hopefully finish going to Heaven's Tip. And, clearly, Entry was wrong. we're going to kill the Beast of Alia next session, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
We're just not going to do it next session.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys next time then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right.